Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Once again, I welcome you all to the fourth WENA conference with the theme Rethinking Paradigm Shift in Agriculture and Initiative to Enhance Food Security. The core objective of WENA as an organization is basically to produce world-class entrepreneurs. And this morning we have very distinguished guests in our midst. First, we would like to welcome the Honorable Minister, Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, Dr. Muhammad Mahmoud Abubakar. Please, a round of applause. Let us welcome we have here the founder of WENA, most distinguished, most honored. Without her, we wouldn't be here today. The thought for food security is very germane because as at the end of 2021, much of the world population has slipped into hunger, great hunger. And with the war going on in Ukraine presently, it has even become worse. That is why food security is a big deal. So, ma'am, we thank you so much for all that you're doing, and particularly for the theme of this conference, which is very germane. We welcome Her Excellency, Aisha. You're welcome, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Please, I think we should do better than that. Thank you very much. Now, for those of us who don't know much about WENA, I think we have a video presentation, a multimedia presentation. I will give us a detail about that before we proceed to the next item on the agenda. The multimedia, please.
Agriculture stands as one of the most important sectors in the development of Nigeria. Agribusinesses are a major source of livelihood to millions of Nigerians as it contributes significantly to job creation and food security. In today's business climate, SMEs in their corporate sector also lack the capacity for production, harvesting, storage, processing, and sales. SMEs have faced challenges such as low production, islamic cost, infrastructure, lack of storage facilities, limited access to information and loss of wastage, access to market, access to finance and investment. There is the need for to advocate for the formulation of flexible regulation and policies that support there is work to be done. We must ensure that businesses have the necessary support and private investment. At WENA, we believe that entrepreneurial development is one of the most effective tools to achieve sustainable development. WENA exists to produce world-class entrepreneurs who meet the needs of ever-changing entrepreneurs. Over the years, WENA has successfully impacted the lives and businesses of over 5,000 businesses in agriculture and economy. WENA has hosted programs and workshops that address some of the issues that hinder the development of SMEs and sustainable development goals of the United Nations. Our support these entrepreneurs to build a lasting foundation for their businesses, thereby enabling them to contribute to the economic and social development of the country. WENA has partnered with both private and government institutions with the central objective to build the capacity for small businesses.
It is very important that we use the right channel to process and import and export, especially the use of clearing agents.
Women Enterprise Alliance now exists in partnership with the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development. Three major areas. One, in the area of advocacy, WENA initiatives support women-owned businesses through capacity building program, mentorship, coaching, and access to finance that will help build the business capacity, sustainability, and growth of your business. The Winner Entrepreneurship Program is a 10-week capacity building program that includes training through online courses, one-on-one coaching exercises through the monthly Winner Connect forum. The benefit of Winner to our winners is to enable them to be entrepreneurs who run profitable and scalable businesses with products and services designed for social.
Yes, we have kind of coconut in Nigeria. It's palm coconut. But most of our coconut is from Accra. We don't use coconut oil. I'm from Accra. And I can tell you today that it is 8,000 naira per bag. And from this morning to 16,000 naira.
Three, in the area of business development support services. Winner seeks partnership with the Federal Ministry of Environment and Development to jointly organize business clinics for 500 agribusinesses across the country. Together, we can strengthen our commitment to creating more jobs in the agricultural sector and providing more unique environments for businesses to thrive.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Um, the theme of this conference is very generic. Like I mentioned earlier, 828 million people slipped into hunger at the end of 2021. So it's important that we're here today. Welcome us to this auspicious conference is none other than the founder, the visionary, the winner. Welcome, Her Excellency. Aisha. A round of applause, please. You can do so much better than that. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it truly is an honor and privilege to stand before you today. I would like to seize this opportunity to welcome the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development, Dr. Mohammed Mahmoud Abubakar. Thank you for accepting to attend our conference despite your very, very busy schedule. It is very rewarding. Thank you very much. As someone who believes in collaboration over competition, I am truly delighted to see amazing faces, intellectual minds. This hall is filled with so much knowledge, tapped and untapped, prompting me to understand that with great minds, our possibilities are endless. Honorable Minister, sir, your colleague who is on his way, the Honorable Minister of Water Resources, Engineer Suleiman Adamu, enthusiastically accepted to be our very first panelist. We truly are very excited to see this special leadership trait in the Honorable Minister, and we thank him, and we will do so when he comes in. And Honorable Minister, just to let you know, we've extended our invitation to Dr. Andrew Kwasari, who is a Senior Special Assistant to the President of Agriculture, Mr. Valor, who is the Senior Trade Advisor of France, Embassy of France, Mr. Ezra Yakuza, who is the new CEO of Nigerian Export Promotion Council, Mr. Olukayode Piton, who is the MD Bank of Industry and will be represented, Mr. Olawaye Fasanya, is a DG Smedan here, Mr. Wahid Olagunju, founder of WBL Development Advisors Limited. We also have Dr. Abubakar B. Mohammed, member ARCN Governing Board, and then Mrs. Beatrice Eon, country representative of UN Women, Mrs. Dede Akue, country director of IFAD, Mr. Stanley Adjunu, country director of One Campaign, Professor Chidoze Egesi, senior scientist, IITA, Mr. Paul Kamel Ndri, CEO ASA Asafa Irrigation Nigeria Limited, Mrs. Monica Megari, Oxfam food hero and community leader, Mr. Nasir Yamama, founder of Verdant Agritech, Mr. Israel Kithron, CEO of Onida Agriculture and Aqua Solution, Mr. Ario Dokun, Success Story Nigeria Limited, and Mr. Aminu Inyako, CEO, Strawberry Farm, Mr. Oroko, CEO, Farm Hub, and Mr. Luther Lawoin, CEO, Price Pally, Mr. Unduka Ude, Export and Sell, and Mr. George Omoro, CEO, Range. These are esteemed speakers, moderators, and panelists for the conference. Permit me to recognize them and appreciate them for taking time to guide, educate, and inform us. Thank you so much for accepting to speak to us today. We have some very special WENA family, our sponsors, who are key to success of this conference, and they deserve full recognition and appreciation from WENA and everyone here today. Thank you so much to One Campaign, Asta Irrigation Nigeria Limited, Price Pally, Japtin Energy, and Onida. Then to our devout family members from my father's representative, Mr. Hassan, friends and family, WENA Entrepreneurs Offline and Online Support Network. Thank you for being a support network to us. This year's conference is organized to highlight the importance of agriculture and to spread awareness amongst the population, to support agricultural activities, advancement of technology at all levels, and most especially, it is important to devise a realistic roadmap for agriculture. Before we understand the nuances of being a farmer in today's industrialized society, let us define agriculture. Agriculture involves methodological sowing of beneficial plants, including rearing livestock under the supervision of man. In other words, agriculture involves deliberate efforts of man to modify part of the earth's surface by cultivating crops or rearing the livestock for survival or monetary gain. Thus, agriculture implies farming in various branches. However, it does not involve manufacturing or processing farm products, which we will address during the conference. Our farmers work tirelessly for the whole day in order to ensure that these various products reach the market and can be assessed by people who in turn can supply themselves and their families with healthy products. Productivity impacts more than just farmers' bottom line. Productivity empowers Nigeria to lead the way in feeding a growing population. It enables us to maintain agricultural trade surplus that it supports over 1 million jobs. Over the next 2 days, this conference will rethink paradigm shifts in agriculture and find ways to enhance food security. How? Through modernization of agriculture, infrastructure development, legislative support, roadmap development, trends in exportation, technology transfer, agri-finance, substantial agriculture and climate change, organic farming, and with a very interesting discussion tomorrow on agri-publication workshop. The objectives of this conference are to foster sustainable growth and development within the agricultural sector through innovation and technology, to develop the entire agribusiness value chain. There is much to discuss and much work for us in this task over the coming years. Society will pay more attention to how farmers produce. But then, as citizens, we must also pay attention to how we consume food and must ask ourselves if we are supporting sustainable farming in our food choices. I understand there will be challenges. We will face them. But as far as there is a spark of hope, a spark of understanding, we can provide long-lasting, positive solutions that will be sustainable for generations to come. I am very proud to be part of a team of avid thought leaders lead in the chain for the development of our citizens on a larger scale by harnessing the need for inclusion, be it in the form of a person, equipment, or thought. These steps towards the development of our nation with international development partners will forever speak to the combined resilience of each and every one of us in pursuit of profitability, development, and sustainability. Today, the 26th of July 2022, we will make significant investments to unlock viable solutions to our agricultural sector by working strategically with intelligence and innovation. On this note, I wish to sincerely recognize and appreciate all of you here for honoring our invitation, and a very warm welcome to you as you immerse your minds in pivotal solutions for the greater good. Welcome to the fourth WENA Conference, where we open doors of productivity, profitability, and most importantly, sustainability. Thank you.
Please, another round of applause for Her Excellency. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Indeed, we're here to ensure sustainability and profitability. Thank you very much for that wonderful, wonderful opening remarks. To proceed further into this conference, the agriculture sector has become the new oil in Nigeria. And it's important to note that a core driver in this sector has been the Federal Ministry of Agriculture. It is indeed visionary to ensure that there are enablers for this sector. And this morning we have in our midst none other than the visionary who is pioneering the agricultural sector, the Honorable Minister, the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, Dr. Mohammed Mahmoud Abubakar, to give us the opening remarks for this conference. Please, with a warm round of applause, let us welcome the Honorable Minister. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let me start by recognizing my brother who is on his way because he's not likely to meet me here. So please permit me to leave after I finish my remarks. I have a loaded day. But this is very important that I decided I have to squeeze these few minutes to be here. Oh, yeah, he is. So the Honorable Minister of Water Resources, my brother, Engineer Suleiman Adamu, the founder and convener of this event, Aisha Babangida, other distinguished partners, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. The theme, and especially the term paradigm shift, is quite apt because truly this is the time to have a paradigm shift in the agricultural sector. We are today talking about moving away from oil. Will there be a day in the life of this planet that will want to move away from agriculture? Never. So that is where we should have been right from the beginning. We should have not abandoned agriculture after discovering oil here in Nigeria. Today we would have been the giant of the giants because we have the potential. We have all the resources. There is no reason why Nigeria should not have been a very powerful agricultural production country. No reason. So it gives me a great pleasure to be here today. The Women Alliance the Women Enterprise Alliance. The role of women in agriculture and small-scale enterprise cannot be overemphasized, especially in our society today. In agriculture is unsurmountable. Before you buy your food from an agricultural giant, you would have eaten the one being produced by the women. It is in this view that I decided to honor this gathering and to appreciate the founder on her drive to promote women enterprise and to center of the Nigerian economy. It is the one that in the last recession that brought the country out of recession. That's agriculture for you. The resources are endless, which means there is no limit to what we can do in the agricultural space. In line with the present administration focus, this ministry has created so many jobs by producing different programs, especially women and youth in agriculture. This is the area that today is employing the largest number of Nigerians. There is no any other sector today that can surpass agriculture if we play our card. Of course, we are moving away from oil, but to support our economy, as a former Minister of Environment, I decided, along with all the other stakeholders, that we must maintain a certain level of transition, meaning energy in the last General Assembly, but proposing that we continue to use gas as a leverage to transition areas of the economy. But in the end, we may have to leave oil. And so it's the right time now to make sure we build our agricultural base in order for the country to be part of what the new world order will be. And the new world order will be a cleaner society, a more climate resilient society. And with agri, you can achieve so much more than just food security. You can have energy security, job security, wealth creation, alleviation of poverty, and security, which is part of the problem today. So let me assure you that this government is doing everything humanly possible to make sure that the security situation is brought under control. And agri will still continue to be the bane of our economy. I appreciate you and your team, and I hope you will continue to work with the Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development because we can give you all the support that we need. Agri is an area where it requires collaboration. It's a people sector, and we are willing to work with everybody, especially women groups. We have distributed a lot of input at the beginning of this farming season. And almost everywhere we go, we have specific focus on women groups and youth. In general, it is our focus to support the smallholder farmer because, like I have said earlier, they are the first line of defense when it comes to food security. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The Honorable Minister would be able to take a couple of questions before he leaves. Just about two questions. Just about two questions before he leaves. So that he can make appointments. So, okay, I think I'll just take the first two people. Yes. Can we have a roving mic, please? And And then can we have another microphone for the Honorable Minister? Thank you very much. So kindly introduce yourself, sir. And then,
thank you very much. My name is Professor Mohammed Kutaya. I'm a professor of agricultural extension at the University of Ibadan. Your Excellency, the Honorable Minister, I'm very delighted to have witnessed your participation in this program. WENA convener, I must congratulate you that you have very few ministers attend this program live without sending representatives. It's commendable. Honorable ministers, we congratulate you for that participation. I have two quick questions for the Honorable Minister, sir. Number one, Honorable Minister, we are in a climate or a situation where financing agriculture has been a huge problem and challenge. And the policy framework favors one path than the other based on portfolio and requirement for collateral. What is required in a place like Port Harcourt, Ibadan may not be the same as what is expected in Kochi, Itawa, or Zamfara State, based on peculiar local farmers. And we suggest that there should be some policy framework that will address the peculiarities of these very important sectors. And secondly, most of the producers, especially in the rural community, are precariously mostly rural. And extension services is almost near commodity. There is a need for integration of extension or revitalization of extension as an institutional framework that will support these farmers as we talk about the paradigm shift in agricultural extension of development drive. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Your question on about loan schemes for support to smallholder farmers, am I right? And the criteria used for them to obtain those support. Well, the central bank, one, is the one running a lot of this, whether it's Uncle Borrower or any other kind of loan scheme or support scheme. The ministry has also programs. That's why earlier I mentioned it's all about collaboration. See, the agricultural sector has different agencies that are, so to speak, independent. And what we are trying to do is to get all of us together so that we can have a seamless line of operation where things will be easy for the smallholder farmers, especially that I very much cherish. We are working on that. Yes, there are issues with people repaying some of these loans, even at the small scale level. We are also encouraging insurance. The Federal Ministry of Agriculture has an insurance company, NAI, that is the Nigeria Insurance, Agricultural Insurance. And we are trying to make sure we make insurance available to the people. Should there be a problem when you take a loan and something happen and you can't pay, maybe bad weather, maybe this, maybe that. We are working towards streamlining all of that. I agree with you, there are some issues, and also working out perhaps another paradigm shift on how to also get repayment. Some banks are really crying out that they are not able to get people to pay back. But this will not stop any program. All we have to do is to make sure we find ways, we create, work and collaborate with all the agencies and the people themselves find a lasting solution where the government will continue to support with loans and in many cases even grants we do, or even sometimes subsidy, uh, which is not really the best way. But at this point, to grow the sector to a level where it can support itself, we have to do some of these things. There is no shortcut to good production at all. So something is being done on that. Then you talked about extension services. We have extension services department and other departments that also work in that sector. And we are doing everything again possible to make sure we take the education to the smallholder farmers. That's the only way that they can become strong enough if they know what they are doing, if they can use whatever resources they have efficiently and produce more by using little. So we are doing all of this. The sector really, again, is the paradigm shift. That's why I said I like this thing. It is time to really return to the basics which we have left years ago. You remember back in the 60s when Nigeria was a superpower of agriculture, not only in Africa, but we export so much, whether it's cocoa, whether it's cotton, uh, peanuts, all over the world. So I think the time is now. Have I answered your questions? Okay, who is the second person, please? And the third one too. Okay.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I know now it's no longer a contention of Nigerian produce being the best in the whole world. We have seen a lot of foreigners into our local markets, now no longer local markets. They go directly to the farm. My question here is, what value are those say agents of foreign companies out there? They are adding that they are depressing our own local farmers and also producers. Basically, machines, cleaning machines. They do this in front of our eyes. We see the impact they are doing. What your ministry is doing to replace those items they are bringing, that they are hindering us from siphoning all this, from growing to stage 1 to stage 2. We have seen that God has blessed us with everything in agri sector. Our produce are #1 in the world, and we have them in varieties. What effort are we making to showcase those standards that is not even known to the outside world? We only have them in Nigeria. So, let me start off with take sorghum. We have the white sorghum, we have the brown sorghum, and we have the red one, all in Nigeria. If you come to maize, we have them in different sizes and in different varieties, all in Nigeria. And some of these products, like the moringa, we have them naturally grown in our environment. The baobab, we have them naturally grown in our environment. But the irony here, sir, and the most frustrating thing, they come here, take this things at what cost? At their own determined cost. Why can't we come up with a solution of saying if anybody, whether local or international, who must take advantage of raw materials to ship them from one place to another, should attract some special charges to discourage them from doing that. But we see them settling down in the villages. So I do hope you have a plan to tackle this. Before you have answers to these things, you must take an inventory of what is really ground. Some system we borrowed from outside countries might not work in reality of what we are doing. So to enable us go, sir, I will appreciate if you look at this and then tell me your plans to move forward with this. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Let me start by telling you something about SAPZ. I don't know if you know that. SAPZ is Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zones. These are if you can call them industrial cities that we are planning to establish in all the state of the federation. Right now we are starting with 8, and there's funding that has been approved for that. The SAPCs are industrial cities where you will have farmers around the city growing the produce, bringing it into the processing area. Instead of exporting, like you said, the raw material, we realize doing that is giving away a lot of value chains. The farmers are making much less if that happens when the raw material is taken out, because from one raw material you can produce 3 or more different value chains. So with these SAPCs, you have a cluster of farmers around. They will bring into these APCs will have different kinds of industries, whether it's processing cocoa, whether it's processing yam, whether it's processing sorghum, as we talk, whatever that it may be, is going to be processed there. The machineries you are talking about, we are calling investors to come and invest and install machineries, different industries that will be doing this. And by so doing, in fact, let me give you an example. From after the SAPCs will not be exporting cocoa as just raw cocoa, but the cocoa dust, which will be more profitable for the country and the farmers, rather than the cocoa where I take it to let's say the Netherlands or anywhere else, they process it, bring back the chocolate here, and you pay 3 times as much as the cocoa that we are exporting. So we are doing something about that. Farm gate pricing, which in your question you mentioned, allowing foreigners to buy produce from the farmers at the farm gate price. About a month or 2, were able to get a memo approved by the federal government, by Federal Executive Council. So no foreign merchant will come and buy farm gate pricing. That memo has been approved. Why? When you buy at farm gate price, the farmer get much less than what ordinarily he or she should receive. So we are doing something very serious about that. Again, it's all coming down to what? Paradigm shift. Thank you.
Very much, Your Excellency.
Is still there one more? I
No,
can take
no,
one
Your
more.
Excellency, we want to take a question from a lady. Yes, so,
This is ladies' affairs anyway.
yes, madam, please. Thank you.
And that's the last
Just
thing I
one
have.
question, and that's the last question.
Yes,
Please.
all protocols duly observed. Good morning, everybody. My name is Latifa and Speaker Isa. Honorable Minister, sir, I'm happy that you were in the Ministry of Environment before you're in agriculture now. So I want to ask about the straw farm, the process. I'm sure you're aware of it. Its benefits to the environment, and as well its potentials as a product that we can generate biodiesel from, and also organic fertilizer. So, Your Excellency, sir, such a rich crop that people call bingo, what is the future of the ministry and in the country fertilizer? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm very much aware and familiar with the issue of that over. And when I was at the Ministry of Environment, uh, we talked extensively uh, with the people that want to establish a business. Yes, indeed, it's a special kind of plant, really very special, very good for the environment. You can produce oil from it, you can produce fertilizer, and so much. Uh, it's one of those projects, the number of years for the project, so many things are really being ironed out. That's why it's taking this long. It's an investment that will take years to accomplish. Now, as a sovereign country, we have to be careful how many years we accept for the project to be run in the country. There must be all the necessary pegs for us to make sure we maintain our sovereignty while at the same time benefiting from that project. So many things are going on in that. but it's still on the banner. We are still working on it, even though I have left the Minister of Environment, being is agri also. So it's going to be a collaboration between Ministry of Environment, Agriculture, and Water Resources right there. These three ministries are triplet. We are always doing things together because we need one another. Thank you. And if I may also permit, I mean, as to be excused, please, I have to go. Thank you very much, and I wish you all the best.
Please, the Honorable Minister. The Honorable Minister would have a group picture with the founder of WENA and the Minister of Water Resources. The sponsors should get ready because we would join them next. Okay, the sponsors of the conference, please. Are the sponsors in the conference? Please join them. Thank you. Please join them upstage, please. We have amazing sponsors. One, Aspa Irrigation, Price Paddy, Japani Energy, Omida. Thank you very much. A round of applause for His Excellency. And for our sponsors, thank you. Please, can we give another round of applause as His Excellency takes his exit? Thank you very much. Indeed, agriculture has taken a quantum leap in the last few years under the leadership of the Honorable Minister. In 1956, when oil was discovered in Oloibiri, Bayelsa of Delta State, Nigeria departed from agriculture as its economic tool. But today, according to the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics records, agriculture contributes 22.36% to our GDP, while oil contributes a paltry 6.63%. That is a monumental increase. That tells us that agriculture is the future. That tells us that today's conference is indeed welcome as we strive to use technology and innovation as an enabler to revolutionize agriculture in Nigeria. We indeed look forward to a time when Nigeria will become a country. For that, I say congratulations to all of you for being a part of this event today, and I take it a round of applause to yourself. Thank you for that. To move on in the conference, we would like to welcome our guest speaker, Mr. Valo Ido. Mr. Valo Ido is the Senior Trade Advisor, Embassy of France and he'll be talking to us on trends and challenges in exporting goods from Nigeria. A round of applause as we welcome him.
Thank you, everyone. It's a pleasure to be in your midst today. Your Excellency, even if she stepped out, Aisha Babangida, the founder of WENA. Thank you for the great job you're doing with this association. If you really have to develop Nigeria, we need to talk about agriculture. And not just agriculture the way we've been talking about it, but shifting the paradigm to make it a new and innovative agriculture. Your Excellency also, Engineer Suleiman Adamu, the Honorable Minister of Water Resources. Every other distinguished guest, please permit me to stand on the existing protocol and recognize all other dignitaries. I sincerely appreciate WENA for this invitation. It's a pleasure to be part of the great work you're doing. I'm also honored to be part of your fourth annual conference, and a conference where you are talking particularly about agriculture. So I'm talking on the trends and the challenges in exporting goods from Nigeria. When we talk about export, we're talking about the supply of goods and services produced in country A and sent to buyers or consumers in country B. In the context of our discussion today, I will beg that you allow me to limit exports to the supply of goods and services that meet certain criteria to suppliers and consumers in another country. Goods produced in country Y, but meet certain criteria, certain standards to suppliers and to consumers and buyers in country Z. I'm trying to limit export today because there were some people who send goods to contacts in other countries. For example, you have someone in the UK and you do your micro projects, you produce something in a micro way, and you send to this contact. This contact does not need import permits. It does not need some licenses to get the goods into the country. Maybe use DHL or other means of sending the product, and he receives that product. The challenges we are going to be looking at, this person will not face it. And you as an exporter might not have a lot of challenges when you are exporting in that way. But when you have to have a license as an exporter, have a registered organization, and the person receiving your goods needs to get an import license, be a very structured organization, there are challenges that come up at this time. And the trends of export today. This last week I was reading from the Nigeria Export Promotion Council that Nigeria exported non-oil products worth $3.5 billion between 2019 and 2021. That's just in 3 years. Like we all know, the export from Nigeria before has majorly been oil. But because of the work that is going on, today things are changing. There's a lot of exports of non-oil produce. And if we talk about that in Naira, we're talking about 2 trillion Naira. That shows that is a sector that is growing, but there is still a lot of opportunities. Like the person that asked the question was talking, there are a lot of things that are in Nigeria that can be exported. There are a lot of produce we do locally that if we're able to cross 1 or 2 challenges, we can export those produce to so many places. And that's one thing we are doing in the embassy, trying to bring a study, do geographical indication, help a group of women and others to come together to bring up produce that are internationally qualified for exports. And when we talk about export, sometimes when I talk to a lot of people who are into export or trying to go into export, they think about UK, they think about America, they think about the developed country. I want to tell you today that when you think of exports, you can also think of our neighboring countries, the Benin, the Cameroon, Chad, Niger. There are markets in these places that can also be exploited. I met someone who is into the manufacturing of noodles in southern Nigeria, and he was telling me 90% or more of the noodles I produce is consumed in Cameroon. I do not go outside. There's a lot of market there for my produce, and a lot of market also for you in Benin, in Togo, in Ghana, that you can export, you can exploit if you are looking into exports. And another very good community or opportunity for exports is the Nigerian and Black community in different countries. Today, there is a lot of people living in the country either through education or through the Japa trend. The more these people are living, larger communities are created in different countries, and that is a market for you. That is a community that can be useful for export for you. Is it as easy as it sounds to export? Maybe not. There are some challenges. And one of the challenges is certification. Sometimes someone just wakes up, he knows where he can get cocoa, and the next thing he thinks, oh, I want to export this thing, I need to get foreign currency. Oh, the Naira is losing value, I need to get this. And then he packs everything, gets to the port, and they're asking him, you don't have certification for this. We can't send it to Europe. We can't send it to America. Oh, but they are good products. But it's not just about what you say. There are agencies already recognized to certify you that this product is qualified to get into America, to get into Germany, to get into Canada, or wherever you want to send it. Even locally here, you need to get local certification to be qualified for export. Some of our certifying bodies include NAFDAC. As popular as NAFDAC is, some people still don't know they need NAFDAC before they can export their food products. They say, oh no, I'm not doing it for Nigeria, I want to do it for export. But yet, you need NAFDAC. And some others, SON, Bureau Veritas, Intertech. Bureau Veritas and Intertech are international agencies that when your products get to the port of entry into the country, you have to present, or your importer has to present the result of text analysis done on your product to the custom officer there for him to agree that your product goes in. It's unfortunate, but it's real that some of the products that leave the shores of this country end at the ports of other countries. They are not allowed into the country because there are no certification. Another challenge we have is quality. Quality is a real challenge. Some exporters start thinking of quality at the point of exporting. But I tell you that if you're manufacturing a goods or you're into agriculture and you're thinking about export for agriculture, for example, you need to start thinking about quality from the time of planting. The way you plant, the quality of seed you plant, and the way you handle the seed you want to plant must meet international standard. This must be flowed through to the point of harvesting, the point of handling, packaging, transportation. You must respect certain methods for your products to meet standard. I'll give you an example. You go to Benue State, you say you want to export fruits, and you pack all the oranges or the mangoes, and you put them into a truck. You take them to Lagos port. Before you get to Lagos port, because of the heat, because of the long distance, some of the oranges have started spoiling. But you're not seeing it. They have started spoiling, and you get to the port, and so yeah, I want to export. At that point, you can't export that. Even if you get your way to get into the ship, I bet you that in the country where you're going to, it won't be allowed in. So you must think, you must put in measures to make sure that your products respect quality. Another challenge we'll see today is bureaucracy. Sometimes it's administrative processes are just cumbersome. It can be in the areas of getting licenses, it can be in the areas of obtaining finance. In so many areas, you might go to a financer today and you have everything you need for finance, but we also ask you to get your great grandmother's birth certificate, and then you don't know where to get that. And these things affect maybe your morale, your motivation, and in one way or the other limits you from exporting. But thank God that the government is doing quite a lot to ease these things through creation of agencies and formation of one-stop shops and all of that. And the Nigeria Export Promotion Council, they are doing quite a lot to support exporters and businesses to make processes easier for them. One of the other challenges is getting reliable buyers for international deals. Like my brother there said, sometimes you have agents at every point. These agents now go as far as coming to the farm gate to give you a very ridiculous price. And that price means like you have worked for them. And this is something at the French Embassy we are contributing to helping businesses meet directly with businesses in France. In February, we were in France with some businesses in Nigeria attending the International Agricultural Show. This kind of avenue gives these businesses the opportunity to meet other businesses and discuss directly without having a middleman in between. And in October, for the livestock sector, we're also going with some players in the livestock sector. And then there's also the problem of port logistics. Sometimes it's a Herculean task to navigate your way within the ports. It's also a challenge in export today. And then payment solution. I talk to everybody who is thinking. At the point you are thinking of exporting, you need to also think of the payment solution that will work for you. Because some international buyers already have a particular payment solution they are working with, and sometimes when you discuss with them, those solutions don't even exist in Nigeria. So some buyers, some exporters have succeeded in exporting their products, but after exporting, payment becomes an issue. So you must discuss payments, the terms, this platform to use, and how it should be done before you export. It seems I got the whole very calm because I've been talking a lot of challenges, but there are solutions too. And one of the solutions is what WENA is doing. Form associations. When you are doing yours here, there, you're doing there, she's doing there, sometimes it weakens you. You don't have capacity. You can't be recognized individually like that. But when you form associations and form clusters, it increases your capacity in the volume you can produce, in your access to partnerships, in your access to finance, and access to a lot of things. If you come to the French Embassy, for example, and you say, I am Mr. Valor, I'm looking for partners, and you come like that, it will be easier when you come as I am Association of Cocoa Farmers of Nigeria. I am Association of Women in Agriculture. It gives a lot of confidence, it gives a lot of credibility, and it also helps in background check, because I tell you that every buyer or most buyers that would buy from you internationally would want to do 1 or 2 background checks. And it's easier to check an association because they're registered with the government, they've been registered with this agency, they have these licenses and that licenses. It's easier to do that kind of check than when you're checking Mr. Valor online. And then get recognized. It's not just enough to form association and remain somewhere. Get recognized, participate, join in discussion, make yourself known. It gets things easier. And then get certifications. Do not start the building from the roof. Build the foundation very well. get certifications. Understand where you are going into. What is it you want to export? What are the licenses needed? What are the certification needed? What is your target market? Are you exporting to Europe or you're exporting to America? Because you might have the same product and the license that helps you to export to Europe does not help you to go to America. So get licenses, understand what you're doing, get your licenses very well, test your product, and make sure it meets the standards required for your target market. Ensure quality control and standards. It's not just enough to say, oh, we are maintaining quality. Ensure it is there at every stage, because a mistake, a little mistake, can cause a lot of harms. Start your procedures early. You want to export, you have a timeline, start early and follow processes. There should be no shortcut in getting your certification. If it takes 3 weeks, make out 3 weeks to get them. And like I said before, discuss your payment terms before shipment. I know if you're going into export, you're doing business, you're doing it for money. And there's no need stressing yourself getting into that business if you want to be able to get your money. Because I have a very limited time, I will stop here. Thank you very much for your attention.
A round of applause, please. Thank you very much, sir. So I know that a lot of people heard challenges. But here's what I noted down: requirements for successful exports. So that when you look at it in the form of requirements, you know that agriculture becoming a very strong resource is doable. So, number one, the right certification. Number two, ensure the right quality of goods. Number three, get the right financing. Number four, the right buyers, the right partners. Number five, the right associations. Number six, payment solutions. Number seven, corporate research. When we see these as requirements other than challenges, that means we'll get them done and achieve the goal for which WENA was set up to empower entrepreneurs. Let's give him a round of applause again, please. So as we move on to, we've curated very great panel sessions. So there's a lot to take home. We're going to go to our first panel. But I want you to have this at the back of your mind. When you put $3.5 billion non-oil exports in line, and then you put 22.36% contribution to our GDP in Q1 of 2022 alone, and then you combine that with the utility of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, you know that agriculture is something that we must embrace in all our hands and hearts. The panel session is talking about panel session, and it is the topic is sustainable agriculture towards food security amidst the pandemic and climate change. The moderator for this session is Mr. Nasir Yamama, founder, CEO at Verdant Agritech. With a round of applause, let us welcome Mr. Nasir, Mr. Yamama. I think you can sit right in the middle, sir, by the microphone. Thank you very much. Yes, please. We have other panelists to join him on the panel. We have Engineer Suleiman Hussein Adamo. Engineer Suleiman Hussein Adamo is the Honorable Minister, Federal Ministry of Water Resources. Your Excellency, sir. And then we have another panelist, the country representative of UN Women, Ms. Beatrice Ayong. Okay, he has a representative. He has a representative. Welcome, sir. And then we have a third panelist, Dr. Andrew Sari. I hope I pronounced that right. Thanks to the President on Agriculture. Please, a round of applause for him. And our final panelist, but not the least, the Oxfam food hero and community leader. Please let's put our hands together for her, please. Thank you very much, ma'am. The panel. And so before we Honorable Minister of Federal Ministry of Water Resources for agreeing. It is wonderful to have you, sir. Thank you very much. To the moderator, sir, I hand over to you.
Thank you very much. Very delighted to be moderating this cerebral group of panelists. Meantime, you all know the whole planet, not just Nigeria, is facing at least 10 billion people. I mean, not only by saving the earth, the planet that gives us life. The Honorable Minister is here, and we know agriculture, not only referring here to the sustainability of keeping water to the wetlands, to all agriculture, but for other things. Doing in ensuring that we do not body boundaries that we have on society.
First of all, Nigeria is not economically what has per capita our problem is managing, but obviously climate change has of this sort. It's likely to be a difficult where the struck by as much as 90%. Nation to supporting the government and Nigeria on the future of the irrigation system. Potentially the country we have for formal irrigation, not because of Ghana floodgate, we have like 3.14 million hectares for irrigation. So far less than 10% of that. That's just about 2% of that. What we do is build but at the same time we have to be very careful because 70% of water demand globally is established to be for agriculture. And if we're talking of some of the key products that we're taking in this country include rice and sugar cane for sugar. And those are products or crops that require a lot of huge amount of water. So
Having now focused on agriculture, we try to agriculture to diversify the economy from dependent on oil. We are trying to expand the irrigation capacity of the country, but at the same time, we are mindful of the fact that we need to do that sustainably by ensuring that we do not exhaust the water resource that we have. So we've been doing a lot of collaboration. We've started pilot projects to do smart irrigation, micro irrigation, so that we can reduce the amount of water we take. One other option, sometimes if you have water scarcity, maybe to look at the kind of crops that you're producing. Like some of our dams now, they're silting up. They've been there. They were built like 40, 50 years ago, but they were never properly put to use. And the dam has a lifespan, like every other every individual. So it depends on what the hydrology is and what the designer put there. So if the dam has a 50-year lifespan, then many of our dams are extended. Most small dams are within that bracket. So what happens under that kind of situation is if you are cultivating rice or sugarcane, it has now become necessary for you to change. So probably either you produce a new technology to ensure that you use less water, and that means using different varieties of food, so it can be different from the traditional variety that you're used to, or you have to change the crop mix so that you use now maybe cultivate produce or crops that become less good. So mixed bag, that price solution, but at the end of the day, we have to be very, very careful to control it. Now, under the World Water Day, this theme was making the invisible visible. It has been realized by experts around the world that there is a huge reservoir of groundwater that can be used. Here in Nigeria, we use it mostly for water, for drinking, the water supply. But there is a new trend that we should exploit this groundwater agriculture. I'm a bit worried about that in a place like Nigeria where technology is expensive and where people don't usually play by the rules of the game. So we need to be very careful here. But if we have to do that, we have to exploit our groundwater. So we have to find smart techniques to ensure that it's not. So by and large, these are some of the things we're looking at. Our eyes are on the radar. Yes, we want to produce more for the country. But at the same time, we have to be very, very careful that we don't exploit our resources.
I think you all agree with me that the point here to take away is climate smart agriculture is not only essential but necessary. And as you can hear, with the abundant resources in water that Nigeria has, we still need to tread carefully and we still need to do better in terms of being in tune with the trends of climate smart agriculture, ranging from the technology in planting all the way to the technology in extraction of water. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I'll now go to Mr. Lansana, who is representing, who's actually the Deputy Country Representative to UN Women. So we all know that, in policy making, in economic planning and advancement, we pay almost a partial view to the contributions of women in agriculture, which, depending on who you ask, 60 to 80% of agricultural labor in Nigeria is indeed provided by women. Now, we were faced by a pandemic recently, and even the biggest countries in Europe, which you represent, faced considerable challenges economically. Nigeria was also the same. I know that women suffered the brunt of the pandemic, if you were to ask every household, because they couldn't earn, even though they could before the pandemic. What have you done, and what are you going to do should there be a pandemic again, knowing that sooner or later we'll have to face a type of threat, even not a pandemic? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Distinguished colleagues on the panel, ladies and gentlemen, I am happy to be here and to be representing UN Women. In my own professional right, I'm an agricultural economist, so I'm very proud to be seated here. To go to your question, let me just cue from what the Honorable Minister had just said. He gave us the potential of Nigeria in terms of agricultural production. I will want to look at, before I translating that potential into sustainable food security. And therefore, I will not be talking about the technical aspect of this, which he has very well elaborated, but simply to say a sustainable agricultural system, and therefore a sustainable food security system, is one that needs to be more productive, which means building utilization of technology. It has to be more sustainable and resilient to climate situations, which we are eloquently talking about. But importantly, it has to be more inclusive. And that is where I want to talk more. You've already started by establishing that perhaps the majority of those who are involved in agriculture and related trade and activities are women. They are either farmers themselves or food processors, or they are also involved in food trade. And importantly, they are the ones who cook the food. So the nutritional aspect of it all lies with women. And you are very right that in terms of whether it's planning at national level or local level, in terms of program designs, etc., both the contribution of women, but also what is the benefit from those plans are minimized relative to men. Perhaps those are some of the challenges that we have with respect to food security in contexts such as Nigeria. To whom, from whom much is expected, no chance of giving. If you believe in technology, whether they are climate smart technologies, whether they are technologies that are intended to boost productivity to men, who, as we have rightly said, in terms of statistics, represent the minority in the agricultural sector, and leave out women, then we are planning to fail. Point number one. Point number two, agriculture is a value chain. The Honorable Speaker talked about the primary resources, land and water, which again we know in many of our contexts are not equally accessible to women as compared to men. Women's land rights in many parts of Nigeria is constrained. So even where they do have resources, they might not be able to invest equally as men to be able to get the reward from agriculture. And yet still, historical imbalances and disadvantages limit their access to things like capital, other related resources, information, knowledge, and network. So these are all disadvantages. Interestingly, we now talk about pandemic and crisis situations. The gatekeepers, those who are our traditional social protection frame, are women. When crises occur, the households have to depend on the wisdom of the women, particularly with regards to food security. In the traditional farming system, it's what they keep for the rainy day that are used when crises occur. But we are not able to prepare them to be able to perform those roles. And as economies continue to become more complex, they are more and more getting marginalized. And I think if we want to truly prepare ourselves for better food security, better sustainable food security in Nigeria, it is about time that we empower women in the agricultural sector across, along the value chains and across value chains, in production, in processing, in marketing, and access to resources, but also, importantly, they should be seated on the table where those decisions are made around agricultural production, agricultural productivity, where the resources should go in the least community up to the federal level. So perhaps it will be an interesting thing to see the next Minister of Agriculture of Nigeria being a female. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lozana. That was very well put. And I know that there were a lot of people in the room that said a silent amen to that last prayer, including myself. Without wasting much more time, I think we'll now go to Dr. Andrew Kasari, who I'm very happy to see on the panel, because this should be as much about solutions and practical things that the public sector, especially the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, does about these issues. We've heard from the Honorable Minister and from the country representative of UN Women the need for resource efficiency, the need for inclusivity, the need to be climate smart, the need to put every card on the deck to make sure that we not only survive this, but we thrive. The question here, sir, is what are you, and by extension, Mr. President and the Federal Republic of Nigeria at that level, what are you doing in making sure that technologies ranging from data, ranging from advances in seeds and animal husbandry and all of that is being driven to the grassroots? Because we know that Nigerian agriculture is pretty much smallholder agriculture. So how do we take something as complex, as the new technologies that are available in other countries and bring them down in terms of policy and implementation to, say, Nigerian smallholder farmers and especially Nigerian smallholder women farmers? Thank you.
It's very important. Yeah, okay.
Shall we maybe use the other microphone?
Okay. So thank you for this question. And I will begin, first and foremost, we need to understand the context of this conversation. At the heart of sustainability is climate change. So basically, we are, I think, discussing something that is very important. It is complex, as we said. I'll try to simplify. I think it is not complex. I think it is because of pragmatic. So first and foremost, globally the conversation is around food systems and climate change. And I think that is what the topic is for the food policy, which is going to food policy, food systems and climate. What is the role of agriculture? What is it, and how do technologies for innovation come to play? And let me tell you what is critical. I will lay the foundation, then I will come to the local context as we concerning the president of agriculture. First is that data says we have major issues around greenhouse gases coming from two components of food system, especially around agriculture, forest, and land and other land uses. And this major contribution is up to 31%, I guess, of the global greenhouse gases that is eating up this climate change today. In this, components that matter to agriculture in particular are the contribution from the nitrate oxide from agriculture, source that comes from methane, primarily from paddy rice production and criminal activity in livestock, especially criminal and enteric activity. So, on the scale, the nitrate oxide from chemical fertilizer is the biggest elephant in the room because of industrial agriculture, followed quickly with methane, basically for paddy rice and livestock. Now, these contributions, 21% of the overall 34 or 31 is from these two activities of agriculture. The first and second speaker have said that there is need to grow more food. We need to grow more food sustainably. Sustainability then means that how do we reduce the contribution, the greenhouse gas contribution that comes from agriculture? You can say it's given that in Africa we contribute maybe about 3% to the global greenhouse gas emission. It's a growth of over 70% of the energy. So while we try to understand this context, it's basically around adaptation that needs integration. How do we then adapt agricultural productivity that we are heading for the net zero or carbon neutrality in the food system? How do we bring in technology into the conversation? Africa particularly is at a very, very precarious point because we are the least prepared for this adaptation. We are the least prepared to mitigate. Because to adapt, it means we must employ certain practices in our food production or food system. That's where technology really coming from. Now, technologies, are they important? They let me get data out of the situation. So for a country like Nigeria, the majority of this women, what data do we need in order to be pragmatic? I think the data we need first and foremost is demographic data and land use data, meaning the assets that are being held by these smallholder farmers. Government must proactively know your smallholder farmers as individuals first before you group them, as the keynote speaker talked about commercialization of their activity. You need to know them as individuals. You need to know the assets that they hold. This is the responsibility of government. Without data, in fact, data is life. I have a friend that always says, after God is data. So knowing these issues about where that smallholder farmer is, what does he grow, what is the nature of the property he holds, his asset, land, is first and foremost a no-brainer. Without it, nothing can be achieved. And I think I will just interject here quickly. One of the things that this administration did well under the COVID-19 intervention, of course, humbly under my guide, to make sure that we test various locally available technologies to garner information. And working with the ex-Empower youth and young people, we were able to deploy over 9,000 of them and generated over 6 million unique data that ties smallholder farmers to the land. And my argument to the Economic Sustainability Steering Committee was that a farmer's address is his farm, his pen, his fish pond. Once you do not have this match, then you lack the unique identifier to say this is a smallholder farmer, she's growing corn or she's growing cassava. The second thing that I will move to quickly is the use and management of resources. How can we be smart? And under this, honestly, I will layer it with services. But let me give the resources: land, water, species or genetic materials, either livestock or plant materials. The biodiverse nature of agriculture important. So managing these resources are fundamental, and managing them smartly are fundamental. And this do not depend to some job-breaking technology. It depends to common sense innovation. I will start with water resources. Then I will speak a little bit about land management. Now, water resources, as the Honorable Minister says, we might not be stressed. But we could be stressed, and we can be stressed. Data shows so quickly. I think Texas is a good example in the US. Texas as a state, by intensive commercial or industrial agricultural practices, used up 60% of her groundwater in 60 years. That took Texas as a state into serious water scarcity to the extent that we had to rethink the entirety of their policy. And because over this 60 years, industrial agriculture has also made their land impermeable, and therefore recharging of the aquifer was minimal or reduced or eroded. So they were actually destroyed. So I think Nigeria should approach the issue of underground water carefully, as the minister said, very, very carefully, because it should be our last resort in productivity for water management. Why? Because Nigeria, on the minimum, has at least over 400 or 600 on an average millimeter of rainfall anywhere on the surface of this land, anywhere. So go to Sokoto, go to Borno, go to anywhere, at least they'll collect 600 millimeter of rainfall. And common sense for everything. I like this. Look, the technology is common sense. It means that as a country, we can strategically take a position to stop the journey of our fresh water from rain to the sea. And in stopping it, it means that we must adopt a landscape approach that utilizes harvesting of runoff rainfall water. That should be our primary move, policy-wise and implementation-wise. So Nigeria should take a position. We are going to race against for stopping our fresh water from getting to the sea where it becomes useless in our agricultural production. Water harvesting, strategically connecting for every water, and Morocco has done this efficiently. We just need to make sure we are harvesting water. Runoff water, South Africa has done it fantastically. If the soil is porous and you are careful with the land, you don't want to dig dams, the one to type that Honorable Minister mentioned, simple techniques, watershed with solifens that line so that the water doesn't seep up, you harvest enough water for another cycle of crop. So another 3 months of water held simply basic technology. We must resist sinking those boreholes and tapping those water until it becomes the last resource. Third, for me, is land use. How do we grow agriculture? So today there is a lot of conversation. What we must not miss, and our economists can say, is fundamental to the business of agriculture is bottom line. And we have professors of extension services here and everything. What are we doing concerning good agronomic practices that are not the industrial agri, but how do we shift in this search for sustainability to a more resilient techniques, regenerative agriculture, agroforestry, call it what, carbon farming. Simply, Nigeria needs to move away, especially with the smallholder farmers, with firm data. Policy must come out that we must move to polyculture and not monoculture. It is pains me to see a piece of land that is just growing rice, where we can easily just grow rice, cowpea, millet, corn all put together. It's just to diminish the practice. And this is what our forefathers have done successfully. And we just live over there. It's an innovation that does not need an MIT professor or somebody from Silicon Valley. It just needs common sense and generating enough material to create a biodiverse system of growing food that will give us healthier food, healthier soil, healthier water, healthier atmosphere, healthier air, or healthier everything. So I think the move towards sustainability in our food system is trying to identify what adaptation we should go with. I have been at conferences and people are talking about adaptation. Like someone is telling me drought resistant varieties of livestock. I'm saying, hey, through what? Oh, get new varieties and whatever. That's not so. In Nigeria, there's not a single lab, and I'm speaking to the professors that introduced themselves in this house. There's not a single lab. In common molecular biology, not even talk of gene editing, recombinant or combination of genes to arrive at that thing. Very soon we will end up with varieties that are hey. So why don't we just stick and be mindful of the bottom line? When you talk about the vulnerability of the women, I will go for a policy that says, what are the natural seeds that the woman does not need to buy seed every day? How can I combine it? And I'm going to shift the economics of agriculture from measuring monoculture productivity of rice, 4 tons per hectare, to a composite productivity. So I want to put 5-10 crops on my 1 acre. And I want to arrive at an aggregate yield that is over and above the 5 tons that I'm targeting, that makes me to invest 100,000 on 1 acre. I will start low and I'll get high yield because it's basic knowledge and it has worked. So, sir, I can go on and on this because it's something passionate. And our government, to an extent, has brought in some of these ideas and worked with it. And we studied the government that we have demonstrated certain ways. And I'm also happy seeing the people this work at the World Bank, IMF, after you're talking about administration, they are taking the approach of the management and other policy. I think it's just to be consistent, it's just to be, we need to think global, we act locally, we need to first and foremost start with our own people, we need to start from a position of advantage, not position that we are up against all that is against us. We want a technology that we don't understand. How to then scale it? Start from something that we understand, scale it, be comfortable, and start to discuss with someone that wants to bring out of this world ideas. I want to thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kasari. That has been informative. And if I was to sum this up in a sentence, what he has said is simple technologies, improved productivity, less ecological damage, better resource use, better resource efficiency. Thank you so much. Without much ado, Mrs. Monica Megari is perhaps the most important voice on this panel. I am very familiar with your work now as an Obonge woman, leader of the Obonge Women Oxfam Food Hero. I'm really happy to have you here. I'll take a key from what Dr. Andrew has mentioned about good agricultural practices. I'd like you to tell us your work with Oxfam particularly and how you lead your community. What are some of the things that have changed for the women under your leadership in terms of their practice of agriculture? So maybe we can use the microphone first.
Very happy to be among this panelists, and especially thanking the Excellency Aisha for this program that I in particular from the local local community that was brought out from Oxfam, Nigeria, friend me, even though I started as a leader, our own community, at a cooperative society we organized. Oxfam, me and our women in our inviting us for a program that is competition. It was held 2014 as farmers in the community to see who is doing the best, and I was among the best. So from there we were taught on different things. We applied for the competition, about 120 applicants. The 12 were selected into a Ikeja at Lagos for the first time of going to Lagos. So from there, we were given different trainings. We didn't know that they were scoring us. But at the end, after 7 days, I became one of the women heroes of Oxford. So from there, because of that opportunity given to me, they assisted me. I went to many countries. I went to Addis Ababa at the Women Farmers Forum of Africa, and I participated in their meeting. I think that was the second time forming that meeting. So we made our contribution. The female food heroes of 12 countries were there, and I was among. So land was land. I was taught, or we were taught, of proper practices of agriculture in order to improve the food on our table. It's the woman that places the food on our table, and without the food, all of us that are seated here, it has not been as good as we have today. So after that, many things were happening. And as a leader of the community, before the leadership, there was an NGO in our community, a Benego Youth Foundation. I was around 50 by then. So I joined the youth. In all the trainings conducted to them, I had to practice. And I think I did more than the youth at that time. We be taught how to plan, how to apply fertilizers, the right time, and other things. I put everything into practice. So when the NGO heard about the advert from Oxfam, they invited me. That was what made me to be what I am today. I used the practices learned when I was in primary school. We started agri at primary 4. So by 4, at primary 4, we are given small pieces of land. When we go to school, we go and water and remove the grass and so on. And in the evening by 4, we have to be there to water the plants again. So that developed me in agriculture. And with processing, I started already in primary 5. I don't know, you know millet? In our community, they use tie bundle of millet. So, we are not wearing is the window. Some of you know porridge from millet, the one we see. So I will take just one heap and pound it, make it and prepare and go to sell. I started processing food, processed food. But as present, because we have been learning how to add value to our food in order to get more money. Now, that millet, I turn it to turn brown, which I sell and make more money. I farm a lot, farm rice, beans, uh, soya beans in particular, and maize. So when we are taught about value chain, I started to mix these things in order to make powder for porridge, which we call on ground. I know some of you know this. Then I add things instead of doing that only millet to me, I add other things like from ground is use unicorn and soya beans, groundnuts with other spices to make it more nutritious. So that and other things. With the ginger we farm, I also try to process it locally to make uh, powdered ginger with turmeric. This is because of the training received from Oxfam and other places I went to in order to add value to our food and to get more money. Thank you.
Happen when we when we allow the woman to thrive, and especially in local communities. And thanks so much for the organizers of this conference for having her here. Before we go on to the Q&As, I would like to just wrap up by one question from myself to any of the panelists, taking a cue again from what she has said around the work that they've been doing. So now, there are things that we know that smallholder farmers, and not even smallholder farmers, Nigerian agriculture as a whole is isolated from in terms of the global financial market. And one of those things is the carbon markets, for instance. I know that if you plant vegetative cover crops, if you refuse to use synthetic fertilizer, if you do any of the so-called climate smart activity, you're entitled to some type of carbon credits in the carbon markets. I can see a lot of nods. How can we make sure that Nigerian farmers access that, financial market? I know that it's a tough call, but I'm sure that there will be answers. So in a nutshell, in brief, sir, I would love to hear an answer from anyone. Please.
Thank you very much. So moderator, this is, and it's really important. There's a big opportunity to tap into carbon credit. Look, what we are not telling the smallholder farmers or the Nigerian agri ecosystem is that just like the export discussion of the gentleman presented, there are criteria for accessing carbon credit. One of them, sir, is methodology to measure carbon capture, methodology for pricing, and methodology for receiving the payment or trading. So globally today, there is no single methodology, whether for capture, for that's restoration, for measurement, and and for trading that is standardized for the tropical system. Maybe the closest you can come and find something around Sahara. There's nothing. I think really the closest you might come is around the Latin American countries, Brazil, Argentina. You know. So what is in it? It's a policy issue. It's a policy issue, it's an enabler issue. That first and foremost, what institutions of ours could be taxed to develop parameters and methodologies for carbon capture. What are the combinations? So I can give you a good example. And I am in agreement. I have a strong startup background from life. So in the Latin American countries today, especially Brazil, from the studies that and practices that came out from Embarafo, get to net zero with intensive livestock production, whether for dairy or beef, once you can integrate 240 trees on a hectare of land combined with pasture uh, plants. So that is standardized. So you go to Brazil, they know, and they know the exactly their most used trees, eucalyptus, of course, which is also all over here. I know some people say, oh, they know eucalyptus kill the land. Unknown to us is that eucalyptus in monoculture will kill your land. The eucalyptus in combination with other plants that will force its root to go down rather than spreading will save your land. So they did need combines. So what we need is we must begin to innovate locally. So what are the various local cover crops? For how long must they be? The basic science is there to qualify for a healthy soil and to qualify for carbon sequestration, you need to have permanent living roots, permanent cover cropping, standard practices of avoiding slash and burn, all this one that we cut and burn the surface of it. So all these practices is central to our extension service that one of the professors here said is non-existent. I would have loved to ask Prof. And so what did you do at your institution? Because there are certain things, honestly, I'm beginning to get emotional when we discuss this one here now. There are certain things by just the fact that you're a human being with two legs, and not even to say by the fact that you are opportune to have education, you can do on your own. It must not require. And we have to have this collective understanding that when the minister or the moderator said our common home, the Mother Earth, the fight for sustainability is not about how government budget or call for humanity. So it's a citizen's responsibility call. You must act. It begins with you. So, sir, for our farmers today, it's zero. We cannot even qualify. So we must roll out strategic plans to teach all the farmers basics, cover cropping, mixed cropping, certain aspects of uh, 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 fertilizing the soil. And interestingly, sir, industrial agric has brought us and have solved this need. Your soil really doesn't need fertilizer. Soil has the capacity to provide all of the fertilizer it needs. When your soil begins to need fertilizer is when your practices deplete the soil of two communities. The communities below the soil that do fundamental uh, 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 functions in order to render services above the soil. So what you see growing, whether livestock or plants or flowers or whatever, are services that the engine is running the function are below. So by the time we cut off the trees, we till the soil, every day tractor comes and turns it upside down, breaks the soil structure. So we must move away. And what they've done, and I think Nigeria should always look closely to Latin America, especially Brazil, is that first and foremost, the scientists began to drive what we were on the right path in Nigeria before. Early cropping, mixed cropping, multi-cropping. Avoid or minimize tilling, because when you till, you disrupt the structure of the soil. Once the soil is not structured, it cannot capture carbon. It cannot capture the biomass that you need, the organic matter that you need. Because it's the organic matter in the soil that is your sponge that takes off the water that will make our minister here not worry about flash flooding. But once our soil is dead or near dead, there will be flash flooding because the soil renders services like absorbing the water. To absorb the water, you need structure in the soil. To have structure, it has to build minimum over 36 months. So there are certain basic practices that our extension and research universities of agriculture or departments of agriculture or faculty can begin to teach. Just listen to her. It didn't cost an arm and a leg. When I hear our budget,
institutions and whatever, and how much was spent on this honorable matter here. It's nothing. Practical teaching is just to be careful to the budget and to make sure that we implement what we say we are doing. So carbon credit is there. It's a far opportunity until and unless Nigeria begins to adopt and in simple adaptation how they saw it. Because what you will not get away with, sir, is that there will be a different standard for Africa and Nigeria to tap into carbon credit. No, they could accept different methodologies, but the standards will remain the same. Just as the SPS, sanitary and phytosanitary, the gentleman was talking about for export. There are standards of WTO certification, but they also create equivalence. But this equivalent will deliver the same result. So what will happen is, if we say we understand we want to move towards getting our farmers to benefit from carbon credit, trade carbon. So A, data on our farmers, where they are farming, what size of land. B, what are the trees and the cereals, vegetables that they need to grow. C, the method of caring for the soil itself. Are they avoiding tillage? Are they allowing structure to emerge? D, how much water are they conserving? So if we can develop these practical methodologies, then with the data, government again, also private sector, will begin to say, these farmers here are doing this, and there are 20 of them. We have to handhold them to go to the level of pricing and trading. Individual farmers will not do it. And for me, the simple thing I would say to Nigeria, adopt the association, like the gentleman was saying. Just approach carbon trade as you approach export. Organize the farmers, teach them the new methodologies, make sure you register them, make sure you certify, make sure you measure, make sure you argue, make sure the professors of extension are arguing, they are writing papers, they are making case for our procedures and processes. Simple. Because it's a global world. You have to say your own, you have to fight for your own. Nobody is going to do it for you, otherwise, forever, COP26, forever away from us.
Isa, thank you so much. I mean, we could go on with this panel, but I really appreciate everyone. And lastly, before we go, I know that the president has signed the Climate Change Act. And if it's a far-fetched idea for farmers to access carbon credits, he has mentioned, and I think both of you have mentioned about other greenhouse gases like methane. If you look at dams, I think they are some of the biggest reservoirs for methane. Research has shown now, not just paddy rice or livestock only. I wanted to ask you lastly, before we open for a few questions, in terms of the investment that you've mentioned that is needed in the water sector to improve irrigation, to improve climate-smart agriculture, are you mandating investors to be in tune with the standards of, environmental sustainability? Is there like a clause that mandates this towards our food security?
Absolutely. But let me say that charity begins at home. In the last 6-7 years, what we've been looking at as part of our efforts to meet the national retirement contributions has been to look at our irrigation systems. Most of the irrigation systems that we have in the country today, apart from those that are gravity fed, were systems that were relying on diesel generators to pump water. Obviously, even without climate change, the cost of diesel has made them unsustainable. So one of the things we've been looking at is we've been converting some of our irrigation systems to solar-powered systems. Earlier mentioned smart irrigation as one of the key things that we're trying to introduce. But again, I think one of the speakers I'm very happy with his comments about nature-based solutions. We are strong advocates of that, and I don't know that probably most of these things are really handled by the Ministry of Environment, but I am a strong advocate of nature-based solutions, and recently we've been working with the World Bank on a program called AgriCell. I think AgriCell is going to help us. But one of the key things the water resources sector needs is that we need a very good watershed management. One of the reasons why our dams are silting up our rivers are tilting up is because of, we've degraded the watershed over maybe 100 years or so. And I think these are things that we must begin to go back to. So I'm really happy with your comments on appropriate technology, local solutions, but I think we can basically put everything together under nature-based solution. So we're doing our bit in the ministry to address it, and I'm sure if we eventually we move to sustainable pumping systems or sustainable extraction of water and use of water, uh, even the issue of carbon credit, I think would have made our own mark. Last year, or no, during the COVID-19 pandemic, I was thinking quite a lot. I think we have done very well as a country because of the policies of food security that was laid by this administration. Obviously, I have a duty to defend my argument, but the truth must be told. I mean, the policies were there, and we survived. When the whole country, the whole world was in a crisis, we were able to, every country was an island unto itself. We were able to contain the situation, at least to be able to feed ourselves. We didn't have food crisis. And at that time, I I saw at a TV program and somebody was standing behind it. I can't remember whether it was a governor or something. And there were huge stacks of petrol pumps for irrigation behind it. And it got me to start thinking, what do we do? And I can tell you that now we have within the river basin system where we're testing a pump that slowly collaborate and mobile. Uh, we've done the prototype, and hopefully, if we can get it produced, we want to produce it at relatively the same cost as the pumps that are imported, so that we can compete with the foreign imported pumps. And if we're able to look at our local solution, that's what I'm trying to say here, that we must look inwards and be able to have this. We have Nasemi that is using solar panels. We have companies that are doing electric motors and so on. We can put these things together. We don't even need to import these things. And it's going to be solar based. So hopefully, I hope in the not too distant future, we can maintain small farmers with solar pumps, being driven by their cows or donkeys to the farm, opening the panels, taking the water from the river or from tube wells, and be able to irrigate their farms. There's a lot going for us, but I think one thing you have said again that I'm very, it begins with each and every one of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thanks very much, Honorable Minister and distinguished panelists. We're out of time, but I think we can take two questions. If you please kindly just go straight to the question, I'll be very happy. We have one lady right there as the first person to ask.
Thank you very much. I'd like to talk about the carbon credits that's being addressed. My question goes specifically to the essay to the President on Agriculture. As a Jatropha farmer, I'd like to inform you that a tree of Jatropha has the ability to sequester about 2 kg of carbon per annum. And if we have farmers, smallholder farmers, do as little as hedge their farms with Jatropha trees, it has the ability to restore degraded lands, also boost soil fertility, and it also is one of the crops that can earn us carbon credits in this country. So, as a policy issue, I would like to know what your office can do to get us the right policies that will bring carbon trading to Nigerians so that our farmers can benefit from carbon credits.
Thank you. Shall you answer or shall we take the last question? There was a hand over
I think I think we should take the questions together and then you just answer.
Okay.
So another question from the mail and then that wraps up.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Aminu Safana, the chairman of Principal Farms in Kenya. My question goes to Doctor. You see, these climate change issues, they are multi-dimensional in nature, and especially in the northern part, that's the core northwest. We have this challenge of desert encroachment, even though not scientifically proven, but we have proofs to show that the desert encroaches at about zero point 0.3 of a kilometer annually. And up to today, we've not seen, much from the government side and also the, international donor agencies. I don't know what you're making on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any from the middle? Yes, just equitable. Just the question, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My question is to my minister, Honorable Minister of Water Resources. Um, Regarding to controlling and managing of dams, it is a usual occurrence before the climate change even comes on board, that flooding, especially being specific in Jamawa Newman, every year, the people have even grown wings to drive money flotation. They knew that there must be flooding every year. As they say, it's coming from Cameroon side. It will come, take over their houses, they will move to the high roadside and wait with their mattresses, and government will intervene, give them money. And they will wait for another year again. It keeps happening. I have witnessed more than 3 times. So now with the climate change board, imagine what will happen. Is it truly coming from Cameroon or the porous of the dams we're having? Similarly from our state side, I've noticed that from Asia River, I went there and imagine if I was there for the first time. You can identify where exactly the road is. So you have to stay on the bank, watch the villagers taking a direction, telling you, navigating you, come this side, come this side. It's a usual occurrence over and over. So where is our intervention of your ministry in teleguiding this as one of their responsibility as managers of our dams? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Quickly, we'll move, I think, Dr. Andrew Carbon for Jatropa Caucus.
Two questions. One is on Jatropa, the other one is on education. So, when you say what the government do to bring carbon credit into Nigeria, I think it's a good question. What worrisome about it's starting the building from the roof. So Jetrova is a good plan, and I like what you do. It's not only that it is good for carbon sequestration, you press the oil as biofuel, you can use it as an enhancer, as an organic matter, it can be produced as a natural fertilizer. So all these good things. I think the issue is both that of enabler and that of common businesses. And where I would not advise government to go to try to make a policy for the trading, because there are enough entrepreneurs and businessmen. The market exists. Carbon trading market exists. People will naturally come into it. If you make a policy that is even saying by fear that we must trade in carbon in Nigeria, first and foremost, a global market. It's not a local market that is situated in one location. So you struggle to implement it. But what we can do is that how do we enable a government policy that the government is one of the plans used in a combination, a form of carbon farming system or regenerative agriculture or agroforestry. So where will it be placed? In the periphery, as you say, or integrated throughout the portion of land? And that is where the policy and the technical work of our professors of extension and agronomy and economics come in. We can only go so far when we get knowledge, because agriculture is science. So we must make sure that our research, our policies are rightly enabling the building blocks step by step. So I will agree with you. The economy, our central government don't invest a dime about the policy that makes carbon free mandatory or brings it to Nigeria. They don't need to. Entrepreneurs, traders, people are looking at where to cash in, especially cheap money like carbon money, that is cheap money by contribution and all of that. What we need is developing the combinations, the species that must be combined. And I think one good system, I don't know if you are familiar with it, is the integrated crop, livestock, tree system. It's very simple. It lays out how many trees, how many crops, different crops. And in Latin America, what they did is start with the steppers. What do the people need as a livelihood? So in a community, usually you prioritize the top 5 staple crops, the top 5 commercial crops, and then the historic trees. Plus your whatever you want to introduce, the tropa, whatever somebody spoke about moringa. It's just that we need to standardize this combination, and our research institute need to come up with the numbers that the farmers they need to implement. Once that is done, government they need to enable by gathering data and showing in the villages where your farm is, there are 10 other people and 20 other people. Then the argument now becomes that of policy. But the policy has to enable that we showcase practically.
So we're grossly out of time.
Yeah.
1 minute for each
is
question.
That, one question. What? Half a minute. Desertification, my brother. And I like the question you asked about desertification, Savannah in the northern Nigeria. But why I'm not worried? For me, it's not as Becca something new. You understand? I went to school in my day. So I have every book of first-hand experience with climate change via desertification. I also have first-hand proof of what resilience means and how it can be achieved. So I don't know if you're familiar with the city of Borno. It might be the city. I think it was during the colonial massacre that somebody educated me. When the new tree, the new tree was born. To live inside my city, you hadn't just 10 kilometers away. I'm happy to tell you that I went to my city twice this year and I saw that they started. It's just to plant trees. You need to plant trees to fight desertification. And honestly, I love the great new one. Our minister is not here, he was in the environment. What is, I don't know whether to say this. I am a firm believer in such projects. They could achieve what they were meant case part of dealing with diversification. I will deal with it at community level. I will deal with it at the subnational. I will do federal and subnational policy that enables and educate people to plant trees. Indians are doing it. Plant trees for everything you do. For every you plant one tree. If you have a child of 1 year, by the time is 5, you are planting. We can stop this encroachment that we are giving you the statistics. I don't know, say 0.3. I've seen 7 kilometers somewhere. I don't know.
Just around Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. So plant trees, sir.
Thank you so much. Last question, 1 minute, sir.
also occurs an act of God. There's really nothing you can do about it. But this River Benue, there's also an induced flood because we have the Lagbo Dam in Cameroon, and sometimes, obviously, you cannot allow the dam to overtop. You know, so you have to maintain the water at the maximum. You have to, sometimes even the spillway is not good enough to take all the excess water out. You have to open more gates and so on. And that is where we have problems. But basically, I had mentioned earlier in my contribution that most of our rivers have silted up. Even if you look at River Niger, half of the journey it takes from Jalo, it's still the parcel to join. Also a lot of them. And yes, eventually, the key thing is also is watershed management. That's the only way we can reduce flooding because into the into the rivers. And watershed management means first and foremost where we've been indiscriminately cutting trees. This is not only in our generation. I think it started maybe 100 years ago. But kind of but beyond that, I think the only thing we can do is what we've been doing. We do an annual flood outlook every year. We give early warning, and then I'm surprised that you tell me that people are acting on it, because my own belief is always been that people are just Nigerians generally don't like to be regulated, and don't like not supposed to be on the banks of rivers. Wherever water has flowed, even if it is 1,000 years, that's what we call return period. It has been there 1,000 years ago. The chance that really get it 1,000 years ago so that's why it's important that we take political data all the time. So we are doing what we can, but beyond that, like I said, it's an act of God, and then if the God comes, then you just have to find a way to ameliorate the suffering. But people should police themselves. You know this is a water course, you know this is doing that. Farmers, it's a different gamut because people have to farm on the land that they don't have to use. They lose a lot of crops, there is a lot of flooding, and there are systems within government that's compensations. Not solve all the problems, but we need. But beyond that, for individuals, buildings and so on, the best thing is that they stay away from the course, and then let's plant some trees, more trees.
Thank you so much, my distinguished panelists. It has been an absolute pleasure. I hope that everyone here, as much as I have enjoyed this and benefited from it very much. To WENA, Your Excellency, I hope that this conversation continues because obviously we're not even near done. Thank you so much once again, and thank you for listening to us.
A round of applause for the panel, please. Please wait for group photograph. Please wait for group photograph. Let's have the group photograph first, and then after that, the sponsors will then join. Okay, sponsors, join them, please. I'd like the sponsors to come up stage and join them. Just, I think a representative from each of the sponsors is okay. Thank you. Okay, all right, just the Honorable Minister and the founder, please. Just the Honorable Minister and the founder, please. A round of applause for that panel once again. Thank you very much. What an amazing session that was. Thank you very much. Right. Keys to sustainable agriculture towards food security. Key points to note amongst everything that has been said so far. Resource management and efficiency, very critical. Inclusivity, very important. Adaptation of agricultural activities in food production to ensure climate security, very important. Composite productivity, another key. And then to think global, act local, employ technology, and scale strategically. This is very important. Importantly, we have been told here today that 60% of our agricultural solutions are provided by women. So what that tells us is that even from birth, from life, to the food that we eat and the sustaining processes of our life generally is enabled by women. Can we give a round of applause to all the women who are here today? And I'm thinking that indeed it is time that we have a female Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development. And I hope that the federal government will take that on board and make sure that the next one is indeed a woman. A round of applause again for our women. The next item on the agenda is a keynote address. CEO of the MD CEO of the Bank of Industry, who is ably represented here today by the regional manager, North Central, of the Bank of Industry, Dr. King Jack. A round of applause for him as he comes up. Thank you very much, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, everybody. By way of joke, I was telling the MC that unfortunately there is no way to greet at this point in time. My MD was supposed to be here, but he wasn't able to make it. This morning, he had to quickly reach out to me to come and present him. So, yeah, I'll be presenting my MD. The words I speak here after are his words. So I'm actually reading his own address. The Honorable Minister is already out of here now. So I'll go straight to this. Ladies and gentlemen and men of the press. I'm delighted and honored to be the keynote speaker at this event of the 4th Women Enterprises Alliance Conference. This event is indeed a laudable initiative towards ensuring growth and sustainable development of Nigeria's agricultural value chain. The theme of this section titled Rethinking Paradigm Shifts in Agriculture, an Initiative to Enhance Food Security is quite apt, given that the population growth rate as a nation has been higher than our economic growth for several years now. Over the last 5 years, Nigeria's population has grown by an average of 2.5% per annum, while our GDP growth rate over the same period has been less than an average of 2% per annum. As a result, the need to produce sufficient food to feed the populace in our growing country is critical and urgent. we have indeed witnessed the challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic, which further exacerbated food insecurity in the agricultural sector. According to Food and Agriculture Organization, food insecurity in 2019 affected nearly 690 million people globally, and by the end of 2020, more than 100 million people were projected to become food insecure due to negative economic consequences of the pandemic. Thus, the importance of developing innovative ideas to ensure sustainable food security in Nigeria can no longer be ignored. The focus of my keynote speech today is on agricultural finance, insurance, and risk management. The focus of my discussion today is focused on the agricultural sector and mitigating the risk associated with it. We are well aware of the enormous potential of the agricultural sector and the economic benefits it provides. Everybody has talked about it today. Agriculture should no longer be regarded as a social sector intervention aimed at alleviating poverty, but rather it should be considered as a business for creating wealth and empowering citizens. Several notable initiatives and programs have been introduced by the federal government to boost the agribusiness sector of our economy. Of particular mention are the CBN's Anchor Grower Program, popularly known as the CBN ABP, Commercial Agriculture Credit Scheme, Nigerian Incentive-Based Risk Sharing System for Agricultural Lending. Today is an agency of the CBN, independent by itself, called NISA. Furthermore, various local and international stakeholders have implemented funding strategies to stimulate growth in the agricultural sector across the multiple value chains, such as crop production, livestock production, agricultural processing, and so on. The financial interventions have enabled farmers to increase productivity, create wealth, invest in modern agricultural equipment, integrate cold chain transportation logistics, establish silos for preservation, foster collaboration between smallholder farmers and agro-processors, promote availability of raw materials to industries, increase agricultural export, create jobs, support food security, to mention but a few. According to the World Bank, demand for food will increase by 70% by 2050, necessitating at least $80 billion US dollar investment annually to meet this demand. This is as a result of the rapid increase in global population and changing dietary preferences of its citizens. Hence, the need to invest in agriculture. And to accomplish this, it's important to implement strategies that leverage private sector funding. Furthermore, improving access to suitable agricultural financing products for farmers, particularly smallholder farmers and agricultural small and medium enterprises, is in order to increase their farm productivity and income. This will facilitate the consolidation and integration of production and marketing entities in agriculture to achieve economies of scale and stronger presence in the market. You agree with me that another strategy for mobilizing agricultural finance is to create an enabling environment through the much talked about policies and regulatory frameworks today. Lending quotas, we believe that lending quotas, interest rate caps, prudential regulations,
affecting agricultural lending, warehouse receipt financing frameworks, and innovative contract farming agreements are areas that require policies and legal regulations for intervention. The establishment of commodity exchanges, agricultural cooperatives, risk sharing mechanisms, crop insurance, price hedging instruments, digital finance technologies, and gender finance are some other insurance and risk mitigation strategies to encourage investment in the agricultural sector. But we at the Bank of Industry, our initial foray into supporting the agricultural sector was driven by our mandate to transform the industrial sector in Nigeria. Consequently, the bank provided both financial and business advisory support to enterprises that are engaged in agribusiness activities. We have since been able to commit over 125 billion naira to enterprises, with a vast majority of the support used to acquire equipment and inputs required for enterprise scale-up and expansion. This success is due to a number of reasons, including: one, the provision of innovative financing mechanisms such as single-digit interest rate loans. Two, reasonable moratorium running from 6 months to 1 year. Three, and a long tenured period. Most of our finances are in the medium term of 3 years to a long term of 7 years. Towards supporting smallholder agriculture in Nigeria, the bank launched a product we call Agriculture Value Chain Financing. The abbreviation is AVCF, in collaboration with smallholder farmers. Based on the AdGrower model to support smallholder farmers in Nigeria, our activities within this product allowed us support over 70,000 smallholder farmers. And we also were able to, through these farmers, harvest about 198,000 metric tons of maize and rice. To further demonstrate our commitment to supporting the agri sector, particularly the processing sector of the value chain, about 25% of our loan books today for food accounts for food and non-food agricultural projects. On this note, ladies and gentlemen, I extend my gratitude to the Women Enterprise Alliance for organizing this conference, and I use this opportunity to task all stakeholders and key players here today to make concerted effort for an all-inclusive approach to food security and ensuring growth and sustainable development in the agri-value chain. Thank you all for your kind attention and have an engaging section. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Because of time, we're going to quickly run through the program. Because of time. We would welcome the next keynote speaker, Mr. Israel Kedron. I hope I pronounced that right, sir. Thank you. He is the MD CEO of Onida Agriculture and Aquaculture Solutions. His keynote is going to be on modernization of irrigation, the key to efficient water management for improved crop production in Nigeria. A round of applause for him, please.
Good morning, everybody. As just presented, my name is Rethinking. I'm the CEO of NIDA. And before I start the presentation on the modernization of irrigation, I would just like in 2 minutes to share some views with you on some of the things that have been discussed here. And as somebody who has been engaged over 30 years in development of agriculture in Egypt, I've been working in those years in many countries, starting from East Africa, Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, Ethiopia, and so on, moving to South Africa and those regions, and for the last 12 years, I've been based in Nigeria. What I can tell you, that I'm actually waking up every morning and looking at this, what I call abnormality, that still in 2022, the World Food Program is subsidizing some farmers in the first world, in Europe, US, and others, to bring and we are actually bringing food for the poverty and the people in Africa. While Africa, as a continent, and I've been all over in Africa, can be actually the breadbasket feeding the whole world. There's no other place with the conditions, the land, the water, the climate, the people which can do agriculture better than here. We are living in a world today where any farmers in any Western economy cannot survive if they are not subsidized by the government. Those people are actually the ones farming, being subsidized, while they cannot compete today in the world with agriculture that is coming from Africa, South America, or any other third world country. And I believe that the process is moving, but is moving far too slow. The development of the agriculture in Africa, or in Nigeria in particular, is far, far too slow. And I think that the most important thing which have been discussed here is first creating the enabling environment for farmers to be able to farm sustainably and get to the stage that they are really independent and they don't need anything more from government. And the farmers, once they will be exposed to good agricultural practice and get the right yields and the right crops, that's it. They don't need anybody anymore. They'll be rolling and making money. And I can assure you that we have already quite a bit of those farmers that we have trained here in Nigeria and in many other countries where farmers are making very, very good money and are not asking a loan or for anything from anybody. And that situation can happen here in Nigeria very, very quickly if the right things are put in place. So this is just in a glance my own observations, and we'll go now to the presentation of the modernization of agriculture, which is a very, very key parameter to actually advance in agriculture and be able to get the right yields and the right crops. Okay, move on, please. What is actually irrigation? Irrigation is one parameter of agriculture process where we give actually water to the soil to improve the yields of the crops. But it's very, very critical and very important to give the crop proper water, not too much and not too less. We have actually two different types of agriculture. One is the wet season agriculture, which is rain-fed, and the second one is the irrigated one, where we give water. Irrigation has been a feature which has been in agriculture for many thousands of years. And started over 5,000 years ago, coming to the region of the African level, it's basically the 2nd century BC. Next, please. Why irrigation? When you say why irrigation, there are many, many reasons why it is needed. Because basically, the irrigation is the one which is enabling year-round cropping and farming. We cannot actually depend only on the total rainy season anywhere, because in some areas we have very little rain and it's not actually possible to produce just in that season. If we look at the global worldwide irrigated areas, basically only 16% of the global area is irrigated, but this 16% is contributing over 40% of the total crop production. That is to show that yes, when you irrigate the crop, obviously you get much better yield and much better results. If we talk about drip irrigation, which is the most popular and most effective irrigation system today in the world, we are talking about a market which is almost reaching to $9.4 billion by 2026. This market is growing by 11% annually. In Nigeria, we have a situation where we have over 70 million hectares cultivated, but only 1% of it is really irrigated. That is to show you that the potential of 70 million hectares is not something that exists in any other country in Africa. And the irrigation, by developing it, Nigeria will move very quickly forward. We have basically the traditional irrigation system, which is a flood irrigation, as we know. This is still by far the most popular and the most used irrigation system, where we are actually using furrows and canals where we direct the water by gravity to the crops, and the crops are getting the water from these canals. Next, please. What is actually flood irrigation? How does it work? It involves actually the performing the canals and the furrows in the farm. This does not really need much. It needs only labor and harrow and spades. We have some disadvantages with it. It creates salinity, it is limited with machinery and encouraging erosion, which is not doing good to the crops in the long run. It is not in any way automated like the modern irrigation system, and it's well adapted to crops like orchards, vineyards, and so on. Next please. What are the advantages and disadvantages of the surface irrigation? If we look at the most popular irrigation in the world, it is actually needing minimal understanding or skill to operate that system. The water is transported by gravity. There is no need for any intervening of technology. It is less affected by climate, like winds or sediment transport. It can develop at the farm level just with labor and, as I said, furrows and the spades. What are the disadvantages? The big disadvantage in that system is that there is no limit of the water you use. There is no control on the quantity of water used, which is not really efficient. Basically, another disadvantage is we are using the surface where the water is running by gravity for irrigation, and that with proper modern irrigation can be also used for production. Next, please. What is modern agriculture method? When we talk about modern agriculture methods, those agriculture methods require proper source of water, which has to be a permanent source of water, like rivers, lakes, dams, and so on. From this source of water, we are having pump stations which are pumping the water in pipelines to the farming area, and there we are using that water and we can irrigate the crops. We have two major modern irrigation systems. One is the sprinkler system, the other one is the drip irrigation system. Next, please. Let's start with the sprinkler system. I'm sure it is quite known to many of you as well, but it is basically widely used and one of the well-known systems of irrigation. This system is actually having pipes which are brought into the cultivated area. From these pipes, we have the laterals and the sprinklers on top, and these sprinklers are the ones actually irrigating. We have very many kinds of sprinklers which can start from very small ones with maybe 1 meter diameter up to traveling big guns, for example, with a huge sprinkler which have over 100, 120 meters of radius. If we see here, even in the sprinkler system, we have basically three different categories. We have the sprinkler heads, which is the different sizes of the small sprinklers. We have the center pivot, which we'll see in a minute in the next slide, and we have the traveling gun. All those are based on water, which is pumped from a source of water and brought by pipelines to the cultivated area. Next, please. Here we can see a small picture of normal irrigation. We have, as I said, different sizes from 1 meter up to 12, 15 meter, and those sprinklers can be connected on the laterals, which means we can actually adjust the number of sprinklers needed to the area that we are cultivating. It can be from very small private houses, gardens, up to big lawns and big cultivated areas. Center pivot. Center pivot is a very good and very popular way of irrigation for large scale crops. One of these center pivots, which you can see is running in a circle, can irrigate up to 50 to 60 hectares. One go. What is a center pivot? It's a long of 100, 120 meters pipe, which is fed by a main line with a pump. And on that, there is many sprinklers which are giving water. The quantity of the water is actually adjusted by the move of speed of that center pivot, and we can regulate that by the engine which is actually running it. At the edges of this center pivot, we have what we call the end guns. The end guns is bigger sprinklers which are installed at the edge and at the beginning to avoid corners which do not get water. Next please. Yeah, this is the third sprinkler category, which is the traveling gun. This is a very big sprinkler which needs high capacity of water and can irrigate up to a radius of over 100, 120 meters. You can see at the middle where the source of water, for example, this is a block of irrigation. Each of that blocks is huge, and as I said, this same traveling gun can give 100 meters to this side, 100 meters to that side, and can cover a block like this within a relatively short time. You can see here that the maximum irrigated range in one go is between 0.3 to 0.4 kilometers. Yeah, we're talking about costing. All the modern irrigation systems are obviously more expensive and with a higher capital investment than any of the normal flood irrigation. This one is involving equipment, it's involving pumps, it's involving energy, and all that, of course, is costing money. But when we do the calculation of the saving of water and the impact on the yield on the crop, it is definitely a worthwhile investment. We'll see in a minute how it affects the ROI. Another thing which I want to mention that operating these systems obviously requires some technical skills and training. It is not something that somebody without training will do well. We need to train the people, and they will be good technicians that will be able to operate and maintain the system. The applicability of sprinkler irrigation. When we apply water to sprinklers, we must make sure that the infiltration level is not actually exceeded, because once we exceed the infiltration level, the water will start ponding, and when water is ponding, it is starting to cause problems on the crops, bringing humidity and some diseases. You can see that The sprinkler irrigation is actually more suitable for sandy soils which are having good drainage and then the water is quickly moving. It is less suitable for some soils which are causing a crust. We have very difficult systems. They are not common, but there are some tools which can cause a crust. And when the crust is caused, basically the water cannot penetrate. Next, please. Yeah, we are here having the advantages, disadvantages of the sprinkler systems and go through it quickly. You can see that this system is suitable to almost every soil. The application lifetime are adaptable and we have control on the quantity of water being given to the crops. It's independent from the topography of the farm. It can work anywhere. Possibility of applying fertilizers and pesticides through the water is also a very big advantage. We also can use sprinkler systems in extreme cases when it is not really for irrigation. We have sometimes, for example, if we have a cold weather and there is a frost, if the frost will stay on the crop, within 10-15 minutes the crop will be frozen and lost. If we give water this period when we have a frost, the crop will survive and continue. Another extreme is extreme heat. We have sometimes the temperature can go to 40-45 degrees, and then we definitely need to put on sprinklers to increase the humidity, bring down the temperature. What are the disadvantages? Yes, we talked about the issue of price, which is relatively a good, big capital investment. We have the sensitivity to causing the the evaporation losses and the regular wetting, which can basically lead to diseases and sensitivity of the crop. We have issue of debris and sediments, which if are not properly filtered by the filtration system, it will be difficult to block the filter and the filter will not be able to give the water. Next, please. Drip irrigation. Drip irrigation is by far the most efficient and the best irrigation system today known in the agriculture. It is highly used in technical industrial farming. It needs a very good filtration system to prevent clogging. We can also through that system give the fertilizer and the chemicals, which is the big advantage, and it's much more effective for the plant. And it is definitely has to be flushed to keep it clean. And the biggest advantage here that with drip irrigation we are getting the highest crop yields, which can be sometimes 3, 4, and even more times than normal irrigation. Next please. This is an example for small-scale irrigation. If somebody wants to irrigate his backyard garden, it's a very simple system. It comes as a kit. You put in a tank, filtration system valve, and the drip lines are the ones irrigating the plants. And I'm sure that even in your garden, you will see the big difference. Next, please. Applicability of this system is definitely, as I said, the most appropriate and the most efficient. We can see a typical system here where we have the reservoir, the source of water, we have the fertigation unit, which is injecting the fertilizer, the filtration unit, and then the valve, which are filling the different blocks. Basically, in this system of drip irrigation, we can also do recycling. We can collect the water from the irrigation, or we can even use recycled water from wastewater and so on. This is common things which are happening in developed countries where there is not availability of water like here. It's not relevant for Nigeria, but just for you to know that it's possible. Basically, this is the most efficient system, and the use of water here is the best water management. Okay, it's very clear here that this system has a lot of advantages, I was struggling to find something to put on the side of this. These are not this, but you can see that those are really not much. The commercial systems are expensive. Yes, we said that it was while it will pay back very fast. There is the issue of clogging, which is being addressed by the flushing and the filtration. So we can move to the next one, please. If we compare between the traditional irrigation system and the modern irrigation system, we also can see a clear advantage. In the traditional system, it takes a long time to get work done, which means until the water is going by gravity and getting to wherever it needs to be, takes a lot of time. It is definitely less expensive than the other system, but as I said, it's a lot of waste of water, which in the modern irrigation system, we are using the water much more efficiently. The ROI on the irrigation system for your irrigation on a large scale, it will not be more than probably 2 years, or maximum 3 years before we complete it. But we are saving between 30 to 70% of the water, and we are getting 3 times more yield, which is financially the whole difference between this kind of farming and the substantive farming. Next, please. Here, I mentioned already all the advantages of the modern irrigation system. We can move on. Next, please. What is the impact of the modern irrigation system on crops? As I said, we are avoiding heat or stress of crops. We are easily absorbing the fertilizers and the chemicals. It's improving the strength of the plant and improving the crop productivity. Okay, next please. Yeah, we are having 1 or 2 slides on what is called water management. It has been discussed in the panels before. Basically, what is efficient water management is capturing the water from the rains or from the rivers. It's instead of going to the river or to the sea, we can capture it into a reservoir and use it for the dry season irrigation. In the Western world, we actually have even systems for the house. We can collect the tractor water from the roof catchment from our house and use it as well for irrigation. Next, please. Yes, this is also talking about harvesting the runoff of the rain, and it is showing a big reservoir which is designed in a place where it's a low level and all the water of the runoff can run into the reservoir by gravity. Next please. Yeah, this is a small example of using a very big reservoir which is roof catchment of rainwater. From this reservoir we have the pump station bringing the water to the farm and they're using it efficiently. These kind of systems of modern irrigation and rain harvesting are actually enabling to farm in very arid areas. And you know, I come from Israel. The major agricultural area in Israel is actually in the desert because we have enough water that we are capturing and we are using that water for this irrigation. So this is by far the best and biggest advantage for the modern irrigation and the harvesting of the water. Thank you very much. I hope this was informative and people got some insight on it. If there is any question, feel free.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. We'll move right on to the next panel. A round of applause again, please. We're moving on to panel session number 2. The topic of that panel is irrigation and water management. With all that has been discussed today, we understand that smart irrigation and water management is critical to agricultural development in Nigeria. To moderate this panel is Dr. Abubakar B. Mohammed. He's a member of the ARCN Governing Board. Please, we welcome him on stage. Dr. Abubakar, please. A round of applause as he comes up. Thank you. To join him on the stage, Mr. Israel Kidron again, the CEO of Onida Agric Solutions. Of course, this is irrigation. A round of applause for him, please. And then we have Professor Chiedozie Egesi. Professor Chiedozie Egesi. He's the station coordinator for IITA. A round of applause for him, please. Then we have Mrs. Dede Ahoefa Eko. Did I pronounce that correctly? I hope I did. Mrs. Dede Ahoefa, is she here, please? Oh, okay, she's not here. Okay, we have Mr. Paul Kamili Undri. Okay, he's represented. A round of applause for her, please. He's represented by Aisha Suleiman. And then finally, we have Mr. Dimiari von Kemedi. Is he here, please? Okay, he's not. Okay, he's not here. Okay, all right. Would goes right into the panel. I'll hand over to the moderator, Dr. Mohammed. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, the Master of Ceremony. Good afternoon, distinguished participants. I'd like to first thank the organizers and particularly the convener, my Excellency Erelu Aisha Babangida, for putting this together. It is also a wonderful thing that we've gotten so many presentations before this panel. So our work in this panel has been made a lot easier, and it is just to see how we domesticate the theme of this conference, the Rethinking Paradigm Shift in agriculture and then initiatives in security. I will want to go straight, and I think we shouldn't take much time. I am only intimidated by the professor among us, but I think you will have to come jump down the high horse so that you help me make the best out of this theme. And then we're talking about water management and a major technology and a paradigm shift, which is irrigation. Now, we all know that insecurity today in Nigeria, when you talk about food insecurity, that is just the symptom of the insurgency that we have that may have been born out of the climate change. And it is therefore important that we take a look at even the black spots when it comes to insurgency in this country. You realize that it is more intense around the water bodies. You talk about Lake Chad and you talk about the Boko Haram insurgency, and then you talk about banditry, and you talk about you mention areas like Niger State, going to Kaduna. And so therefore it is very important that we help the conference in breaking it down on how important it is for an efficient management of water in agriculture. And even though Mr. Onida did mention a lot of things in your presentation about the applicability, the technology, and then some of the kind of technology, the facilities available to us in Nigeria that we could deploy in irrigation. Let me start first, and I think just 2 minutes each, because we've been asked to do this in 10 minutes. First, we would like to know what ONIDA does. You've spoken so much, but talking to our mother and in terms of ramping up food production, let us make a sense of what what you do and how you can help smallholder farmers in adopting irrigation as a means of water management.
Okay, hi everybody. What actually we do at WENA, as I mentioned in the beginning of my presentation, we are involved for over 30 years in actually introducing good agricultural practice, which is the access to modern agriculture to the smallholder farmers. We also do large-scale projects. We, for example, established one greenhouse production in Taraba State where we are producing high-quality vegetables, which when we brought to the market, nobody believed that this is locally produced. Everybody was saying, no, you are cheating us, this is not. And we proved that this is possible, and we are actually marketing those vegetables from Taraba State all over in Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt, and other big cities. Another project that we did, which was also one of its kind in Nigeria, we did several projects of aquaculture where we produced with water spread from the river, which was basically brackish water, not seawater, but brackish water, and we managed to put in ponds fish like sea bass, croaker, tilapia, which are not common here in the market. That was also a very great achievement to be able to grow those fish and the market in Nigeria for this kind of fish, I'm sure you know, is endless. What we do as well, we are involved in training programs together with CBN, with government, where we introducing proper food agriculture practice, which means basically give the crop proper irrigation, give the crop proper fertilizers in an efficient way, and teaching them how to do proper crop protection, which means to protect the crops from disease and so on. When we are giving the plant the right conditions and the plant is healthy, we definitely have much less problems with the crop. And I can tell you that we have quite a few good achievements where, for example, if we take tomatoes, we are introducing hybrid seed tomatoes, which are from the best in the world for Africa. And we have farmers which are producing in Nigeria to the range of 80, 90, 100 tons per hectare, which is not really something common in Nigeria. So these are the kind of small things. They are not yet big enough to make a huge impact in Nigeria, but they are proving that things are possible.
Thank you so very much for that starter and then the information on the irrigation technology. Professor Chie Doze, IITA as a non-governmental organization, how, trying to improve government initiatives and farmer initiatives, how to mitigate or ramp up food production. How will you make contribution and then make our women understand the use of irrigation as a way of ramping up food production?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and I'm also using this opportunity to thank the organizers, the forum, for inviting us.
IITA is called the International Institute of Tropical Agriculture. It's an international center amongst 15 others in the world. So that our focus has been in Africa. And the past 55 years we've been based in Nigeria, in Ibadan, but also since 1990 in Abuja and other places, Kano, Port Harcourt, and all the other places. We also in the northeast, where we do some work around the Lake Chad area. So the whole premise of our work is to transform African agriculture, and this transformation at different levels, different phases. We have crops that we focus on, but not exclusively. We even go up to 3 crops like cocoa. But the main crops are cassava, soybean, cowpea, maize, yam, and many other crops that you can make. We don't call our focus crop, but crops that we work on, they cut across. And we have what we call gender responsive agricultural research. And that's why we are glad to be associated with WENA, because it's about smallholder farmers in Africa. They constitute the majority of the farmers that we have. Most of the food we buy in the market are produced by smallholders. Not the big players are still getting themselves together to begin to play on that scene, but it's still smallholder. So, what are the technologies that we will work on to make them productive, to make them break even when they produce? That's what IT is about. Producing smart technologies, smart products, using smart technologies to make that happen. So when you talk about irrigation, so irrigation, a lot of people that have spoken today have said nice things, like the last speaker, Bonida, and it's about smart technologies. We as a country and we as an international center are very supportive of national government across Africa, especially Nigeria, working with ARCN and the research centers that are under RCN in Nigeria to ensure that we are using technologies and using those products to improve food production or improve productivity at the farm level. So when you talk about irrigation, you'll be talking about the drip irrigation, because that's simple enough for a smallholder to use. All the advantages that you mentioned just a few minutes ago. We are supportive of that, and that is what we operate, and that's how we extend the same with our partners. We don't work directly along with them. We work with the National Essential System, we work with non-governmental organizations and other development partners to make that happen. So when you think about irrigation at the farm level, smallholder level, I'll be making a point, highlighting a point on how much of the technology are we using at the level that is going to be effective or have an impact on our agriculture. I think we need to do more as a nation. We have piloted and have seen in various places that is possible. Our farmers in Kano are producing coffee, farmers producing maize also. We work with them to see that you can make this happen. You can tally that with climate change. You can also begin to use technology. Somebody was talking about that we need to use local homegrown technology. But homegrown technologies are good. But you can even think, are we making it more efficient? Are we able to track? Are we able to predict when the plant needs water? You mentioned about over irrigation sometimes. Are we able to advise the farmer that look, it's going to be dry in the next couple of weeks? Can we advise you to apply water, or get yourself ready to apply irrigation, even though it is not dry season? How do we make farmers or the smallholder to produce in and out of season? Of course, we're calling this in and out of season because we produce seasonally. So it's time for maize. And we produce, yes, we can. So those are the areas that we're able to plug as an institute, and we support the nations, the countries where we work in across Africa, and the partners, companies as we need that. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the only woman on the team representing ASPA.
Yes, sir.
ASPA technologies, and we also sell irrigation in rural areas. I would just want to go ahead and say how affordable are these equipment, and then how easy are they to operate by the women.
Thank you very much.
Aisha Smith.
Yes, I'm Aisha Suleiman, representing Mr. Paul Kami. I would say irrigation is an essential part of the agriculture and food security. So to be able to feed growing population of this country and the world at large, we need to increase our production. And we at ASPA Irrigation Nigeria, we specialize on design of irrigation system, ranging from the large scale to small scale irrigation system. We sell irrigation material and we install. They are quite affordable, I may say, but modern technologies are, it's better when an association comes and gets it in group. It's more affordable for them that way. So we have a plan for small holders, and we have for large scale farmers. For the smallholder farmers, we advise them to come as an association or a cooperative to be able to afford this technology, because this technology will boost their crop production. It's expensive, I would say, but immediately they get this equipment, they will be able to increase their yield, and whenever they increase their yield, their revenue increases, and they get value for their money. And there are different types of irrigation system. We advise farmers on the best irrigation system for them to use based on the type of crop, the land, the availability of water. It's either they go for the drip irrigation. We actually saw at the last presentation, the drip irrigation, we have sprinklers and we have center pivot. For the drip irrigation, this is the technology that drops a small amount of water closely or beside the plant, and it's suitable for fruits, vegetables, and nurseries. And it's actually very common. It's the most used, and it minimizes pests and diseases. So these farmers actually go for this. It's more popular for them because of the type of crop they produce. Then we have the sprinkler. The sprinkler, this technology actually sprays water through nozzles and through nozzle machine around the farm that floods the farm. And this particular technology is suitable for banana, and other crops. Then we have the center pivot. The center pivot is like a large farm project, mostly for cereal, the wheat, the rice, But for every farmer, the advice we give them is you have to tell us the crop you are planting and the availability of water so that we can advise for the best irrigation system to use. Thank you.
Very you can trust our mother speak. But I have gotten two questions, and I just want someone to borrower scheme. Is there anything that we can do to, because there is no doubt with insecurity out there on the farm, people no longer can go to the farm. The water bodies now become, become the war front where a lot of these challenges are coming up. Countries and the communities have gone to war. They are at war because of water management. Is there any way we can encourage this technology being accessed by communities through government initiatives? Because I guess the non-governmental organization will have to lead in championing how we can make it available to smallholder farmers. What exactly should we be doing to be helping our mothers in terms of accessing this technology? 1 minute.
Okay.
I've been asked that we have 2 minutes.
I would say, actually, studies shows that women are actually, the percentage is low for women that use irrigation system. So it's quite encouraging if the government can actually help these people to access these technologies. I would say the government should partner with companies that actually provide the services directly so that they'll take it down to them in the rural areas, because these people that farm, the women, the farmers, they are down in the rural areas. Most of us that do this large farming, okay, we could afford it. So I would say the government should partner with companies that provide the services so that they could reach out to these farmers.
I know IITA has been partnering with multinational development partners, and I'm aware because I'm also a consultant in CPA project, the Fit the Future. Is there any, USAID Fit the Future, a very big one now, and is there any way that IITA will leverage on some of these finances? Sorry, I think iPad was meant to be here, unfortunately, but if I have you, and then I've also gotten you, I think you can make contributions to this. How can our women access some of these grants? And then how can organizations like USAID, international development partners, institutes like yours, help women associations in accessing this?
Right, thank you. Let me start with the women having access to irrigation materials. One of the things I missed to say earlier on is it's important that some of these equipment or irrigation machinery um, women friendly. Like, are they mobile? Are they light? Sometimes they are produced by men with the men's mentality about how men should be, not thinking about whether it is friendly to every gender, like, in that respect. Coming to the interventions from development organizations, international organizations, yes, that is very possible and doable, and we can even start from today to talk about it as IIT. And we've done similar things in the past. Um, we, we are not a funding agency, but we can leverage, we can facilitate funding through USID, IPAD, and all that as an organization. And yes, we can do that in this scenario where you have, we've had cluster farmers, some people call them outgrowers. And, we can say this group of outgrowers, we're going to have an irrigation facility that they can manage as women. They are producing something like rice in a community, in a land that is dedicated for that purpose, or any crop at all that you can think about. That is something we can do. We can jointly write proposals together with the women association or the cluster farming or the companies and access funds to make that happen. So that when we say we want to meet AFSA, we are having some funds that we planned and targeted at. Thank you.
Okay, 30 seconds. Our time is.
Thank you. What I would like to add, we are talking a lot about the government getting involved and making things happen. I can tell you with over 30 years experience in Africa, the way I see it, government's job is to create the enabling environment for the farmers to progress. Government has no business in business and government cannot execute these things. I believe with involvement of private sector companies, with NGOs which are involved in it, with proper management, the results will be there. And we have to be very careful when we talk about introducing new technology, because if we introduce the technology, but we don't give the training, we don't get the farmers to understand and do the right thing, the results will never be there. Because with the best technology you can have, if you are mismanaging it, you will not get the results.
Thank you. I think we can do better on behalf of the organizer. I would like to thank the panelists for making.
Um, okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. We'll take just one question. Just one question. Just one question. Please, sir.
And he's a professor and my teacher and my big brother. So please help us make the best out of this field. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a pleasure. And the moderator, thank you for the wonderful job. Let me leverage on the possibility that IIT could create in the endeavor of being a research institute of repute with 55 years of experience. Let me also acknowledge the Zero Hunger Project and some of your innovative interventions, particularly the agripreneur initiative that was initiated by the former Minister of Agriculture, who is now the President of African Development Bank, which is a great case study. But I believe that this is a single opportunity that we should limit our expectations of government because I think government is already overstretched. And one thing we can do is to create community-driven approach to the implementation of these novel ideas that you are bringing forward. For example, IIT in part of your stations, through collaborations with what Odida and Afsat are doing, we could establish centers in hard to reach areas and the communities that are in high demand for these products, especially if you look at the fringes of the north, where you have delayed rainfalls, as you are aware, climate change is a reality, it's inevitable, we're in it. Can we have technologies that we can harvest water and keep for the scarce moments? I think this is what the challenge I can give to IITA to start thinking of, because there's a community in Edo State. They have rainfall once in a year. And this community will harvest rainwater that they will use for domestic, for the agriculture that will last the whole year. So even their houses, the construction is to create water harvesting possibilities and water reservoirs so that they don't get into trouble the rest of the year. Because if you try to dig a hole or borehole, it won't get anywhere. So I believe if it can happen there, some of our communities in the far north that are suffering from inadequate rainfall to support the agricultural system, we can begin to evolve small technologies that will be community driven so that they can take advantage of this. So, and I challenge you and Odida to come up. IIT can showcase them. IIT with the Zero Hunger Project and other innovations can capitalize on it and make a difference for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And I think that for me, where's the MC? We are done. I'd like to thank the panelists on behalf of the organizers and to urge all of us to continue the discussion. I guess website will be up and the social media will be up and running where we can continue to have this conversation. On behalf of all of us, thank you so very much for listening to us.
Thank you very much, sir. Let's give a wonderful round of applause to this panel again. Please hold on for group pictures. Please hold on for group pictures with the founder. Thank you. The representative of Japtini Energy, please. The representative of Japtini Energy. The representative of Japtini Energy. Are you here, please? Okay, no, please. Absolutely. Thank you very much. A round of applause for them again. We'll move on to the next segment. It's a presentation by Japtini Energy. The presentation by the CEO, Mr. Demiri Von Kemedi, but he's represented by Mr. Eliezer Ogulu. A round of applause for him, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think you will agree with me that all our presenters have done well in this section. And then we can see the correlation of all their presentations. I'm representing Japtini Energy, and I would want to introduce Japtini Energy to us first before we proceed. Our mission is to power Africa agricultural transformation through sustainable grid energy and source. The vision of Japtini Energy is to become the largest clean-up grid company on the continent, enabling sustainable economic and human capacity development. Our objectives. 1. We want to accelerate off-grid electrification for agricultural productivity, increase off-grid adoption in rural areas, increase productive energy use via innovative business and financing models, strengthen synergy and coordination between the energy and agricultural sector. Our products and services. We have a standalone solar home system distribution, productive use of energy equipment financing scheme, and mini energy grid. At a company, we want to tie this section to what we do. And for us to continue, I would like us to look at the definition of certain keywords here. 1, rethink or rethinking. As a transmittive verb, it means an act of rethinking again, reconsidering, or reconsideration. It is a process of reviewing a decision or conclusion that has previously been made to determine whether the initial decision should be changed. Rethinking can occur immediately after decision has been reached or at any time thereafter. So, are we as a people, are we as agro-business entrepreneurs having a rethink about an improved agricultural process? Are we thinking about how to make more money from our produce or products? If our answers are yes, then it means we're progressing. And I think the organizers of this have done us well to open our thinking faculty the more. We look at the next word, paradigm. In business, it could mean a new way of reaching out to customers and making money. It could be seen as a standard or typical example of things, or as a collection of things sharing a common attribute, or one that serves as a pattern or model. Thus, a paradigm shift in agriculture can be seen as a fundamental change in the basic concept, principles, and experimental practices to enhance optimum productivity in farming. We look at the word food security. What does this mean to us? It simply means one, all people at all time have physical, social, and economic access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food that meets their food preference and dietary need as an active and healthy life. Thus, the key objective of this forum is to improve the lives of farmers, to foster sustainable development in agricultural sector through innovation and technology. What does this mean to us? It means that we're looking out for new concepts produced by thoughtful or rightful thoughts driven by model technology. These thoughts will lead to investment opportunity in the growth and expansion of agribusiness, thus developing the value chain and creating an enabling environment for us to access the market. We shall consider all of these by using 5 basic principles to enhance rethinking paradigm shift in agriculture for food security. One amongst them, improving the efficiency in the use of resources for sustainable agriculture. This had been touched by almost all our speakers for today. You would agree with me that agricultural production is growing by the day. Therefore, it is necessary that the actual practice are oriented towards intelligent production system which allows water and energy saving and reducing emissions of gas and fertilizers. I want to take us back to what Dr. Andrew said, how to manage water. Even when the Honorable Minister was here, he talked about it. But you will agree with me that it is a much more difficult means if we look at the northern part of Nigeria today. Just as the last speaker said, there are some areas, no, I think it was Doctor that said it too, that there are some areas that had limited rainfall. We at Japtini Energy, we try as much as possible to go back to our old tradition in areas where water sources is a bit difficult. What do? We drill wells that are environmental friendly. Somebody might ask me how and why. If you look at the geology of Nigeria very well, mostly our case study that we use, the Adamawa State, if you go to somewhere like Core Community, you agree with me that the source of water on the ground is not as far as some other persons would say. Going by the geology of Nigeria, Adamawa has like a sedimentary and basement complex. And in most cases, when you hit the Bima Formation, there will be an outburst of water. Why? Because the aquifer there is very, very prolific. And your production is as high as what one would not imagine that this is coming out from probably the northern part of Nigeria. And when you come up with a functional borehole design, what do I mean by that? We came up with a multiple screening of our well. That does not in any way strain our underground water. Why? Because we're tapping from different reservoirs within this short space of aquifers that has been identified. And at the end of the day, you will agree with me that the water static level within that environment is less than 2 meters. And when you install your solar pumps, you pump easily and your productivity is high. In that case, you're not emitting anything that is even harmful to the economy or the ecosystem. More so, farmers now, with the high cost of diesel, most of them cannot even afford the running cost of these. But if they manage to get or key into this new technology and innovation, you will agree with me that after their initial cost, they have almost limited costs to run their farm. I think for the sake of time, they just said I have just 2 minutes, but it is very, very necessary for us as businessmen to have a rethink concerning these new developments and technology within the agri sector. At this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, I would want to end our presentation here. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir. A further round of applause, please. We'll move on immediately to the next presentation, which is remarks by one of our partners, sponsors, sorry, the One Campaign Nigeria. Mr. Stanley Achono is the country director of the One Campaign. A round of applause for him, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll use the existing protocol. Don't need to go through that again. So I'll just go right into it and just paint a clear picture. Nigeria needs 2 million jobs a year to meet the needs of growing population. However, 1 in 3 employed Nigerians live in extreme poverty. So having a job is not just enough to get them out of poverty. And with poor people predominantly making their livelihood through agricultural production. So the bulk of the people who make livelihood are also in agriculture, despite the fact that they're also in extreme poverty. At the same time, hunger and malnutrition is highly At the same time, hunger and malnutrition is highly prevalent in the country. Millions of people they go to bed today as we speak because they cannot afford to buy food. Investing in food system transformation is key to both creating jobs and ending hunger in Nigeria. But agriculture and food system is not getting enough attention. While agriculture accounts for 25% of economic activities, the sector only gets 5% of bank lending. The total demand for agricultural finance in Nigeria is estimated at 83 trillion naira. That's about $200 billion. But the sector is only able to get a small fraction of that, leaving a huge financing gap. Financing for agriculture is still mostly dominated by public schemes such as the CBN, the Bank of Industry, and the Bank of Agriculture. As an organization, our goal is to end extreme poverty by 2030, and we know that we won't be able to achieve ending hunger and working out how to increase economic activity for this very workforce without the right set of investments. To address this urgent issue, One Campaign and a coalition of partners, almost 70 organizations, are cutting across several countries on the continent, formed a coalition to start the Jobs Africa campaign to help put jobs back on the agenda. We're calling on governments and partners everywhere to help transform sectors that matter, including agriculture and food systems, as the future of jobs is green and digital. In our recently launched charter, we have identified five critical areas in our job charter that drive employment creation on the continent, especially here in Nigeria. And I want to list some of those sectors. So we need government to first prioritize decent job creation as a matter of urgency, focusing on job-rich sectors like agriculture, trade, manufacturing, and ICT. And when you look at this in whole, it's all tied to agriculture. Whether you bring ICT to agriculture, whether you bring manufacturing to agriculture, whether you bring trade, all of it is tied to agricultural production. We're also asking for investment in infrastructure and ease of doing business, particularly for small business holders and startups. We want to see for instance, here in Nigeria, want to see the recently passed startup bill signed into law. There are a lot of agro-based startups that are springing up in Nigeria and creating jobs. We also want it not just signed into law, but we also want it implemented in a way that will help young people create opportunities for themselves in agriculture sector and agro-tech sector. We're also calling for the optimization of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area and to facilitate processes that can make it easy for Nigerians to trade with other African countries. And we cannot overemphasize the importance of trading on lifting people out of poverty. There are businesses in Nigeria that can make use of the vast market that Africa is if we can have an open border that allows them to export and reach other businesses. I know some, for instance. One time, and I'll give you an example. One time I had a friend from Kenya who arrived in Nigeria on a short visit. And in 24 hours, a tailor here in Abuja made him what he termed African suits, not the type I'm wearing, but the type that some of our dignitaries are wearing, right? And he called it African suit. And he said he was wearing it to his sister's wedding. Once he went to that wedding back in Nairobi, everybody wanted an African suit because he looked completely different. Imagine if that tailor here in Abuja can service all of that demand from Kenya just because somebody is able to take the clothes down there. So we need to open our borders in order to allow young people to explore the African market and to create jobs and employment for themselves. So it's not just enough to create jobs, and I started by saying that 1 in 3 people that have jobs in Nigeria are still living in extreme poverty. So we need to make sure that the jobs that we create are safe and dignified employment. It's not slavery, indirect slavery, in the name of job creation. So the jobs must give people dignity and a sense of belonging. So we are calling on government to not just create jobs, to not just put the enabling environment for job creation, but also to make sure that the jobs that are created give people some level of dignity. Lastly, we're also asking that there should be some level of transparency, openness, and accountability, especially for young people. That government needs to listen to us. The future belongs to young people, and they need to make input into decisions and policy that the government makes, especially in areas, critical areas such as agriculture, as we're talking about today, and to be more accountable in respect to how they make their policies as it affects young people. But more importantly, our job campaign seeks to mobilize more development financing for agriculture and food systems transformation. And the representative of the CEO of Bank of Industry highlighted the importance of development financing to agriculture. The good news is that the G7, at one of their meetings, mandated their DFIs, their direct development finance institutions, the International Finance Corporation of the World Bank, and private sector arm of the African Development Bank and the European Investment Bank agreed that last year agreed that they will be investing at least 80 billion in private sector over the next 5 years to support sustainable economic recovery on the continent in Africa. And as usual with politicians, the promise seems to have ended at the end of the G7, as we have consistently engaged the various DFIs in that their countries made this commitment, and the response is we are not aware. We know our president was at the G7 summit, but there is no policy guideline in implementing this critical commitment to invest over $80 billion in sustainable areas on the continent to create jobs. So we are engaging them at the moment to make sure that that they are following up on this commitment. And also, finally, we expect that investment in agro businesses will play a key part in the agenda for the next election, because as a country, and I'm focusing here in Nigeria, I know my time is up. We need to make sure that when we talk about job creation and when we talk about opportunities for young people, that we encourage incoming leaders who get to take this to make firm commitment to drive policies that allow young people to create opportunities in the vast agro sector that we have that remains undeveloped. A lot of the conversations that we have had here today highlight that. So again, we're going to be talking about how we finance agriculture and agro-tech businesses in Nigeria to support employment. So I want to congratulate organizers today for the wonderful work you have done today in bringing this together. And I want to highlight that our organization will continue to support and partner with you as we make sure that women get the right finances to power their businesses. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stanley. We'll move right on to the next panel. It's been a very wonderful day. Move right on to the next panel. The next panel is a panel on e-commerce platform for food crops. We've been talking about rethinking agriculture. We've been talking about the revolution in agriculture. We've been talking about technology in agriculture. Definitely, e-commerce is a critical component to all of this discourse. To moderate this panel, we have Mr. Lai Matthew. He's an agro and business development consultant. Mr. Lai Matthew here, please. Thank you very much. Is a round of applause for him? And then we have Mr. Luther Lawoyin. Is he here, please? Mr. Luther Lawoyin. All right, thank you, Mr. Luther Lawoyin. He's the CEO of Price Pally. A round of applause as he comes up stage, please. And then we have Mr. Onduka Ude. Mr. Onduka Ude. All right. Mr. Onduka Ude is the CEO of Exports and Sell. A round of applause for him as he comes up, please. Thank you very much. All right. So I'll hand over to the moderator, Mr. Lai Matthew. Over to you, please.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure this conference so far has been very impactful. I've followed from the beginning and I've learned a lot of things, and I'm sure you're going to learn a lot from this session as well. We're supposed to have 4 panelists, but I understand 2 of them are stuck in Lagos. What's happening in the aviation sector. So I hope that this year we'll be able to fit in the shoes and we'll have so much to go on with. If you open to the last page of the program, you are going to see the profile of our panelists today, and it's important you quickly take a look. Mr. Unduka Ode, MD CEO of Export and Sell, is a seasoned export professional with over 13 years experience. And Mr. Luther Lawoyin, CEO and founder of Price Pally, a platform that connects fresh food suppliers and consumers who shop together and save. We are in the tech age. Many things have changed. It took companies in the last century, companies like Coca-Cola, like about 75 years to become a unicorn. But today it takes some companies as little as 5 to 10 years to become a unicorn. By a unicorn, a company that is valued over $1 billion. And I'm sure that's part of your aspirations. Am I correct? So let me start with you, Mr. Lawoyin. Just briefly, in about 3 minutes, can you tell us about your products, your value proposition, your mission statement, the mission of Price Pally, and how it is going to affect agriculture and enhance food security?
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. So I'll quickly go into what we do at Price Pally. At Price Valley, we're solving three major problems. The first is the high cost of food, and I'm sure everybody here can relate to the fact that food is very expensive, especially in this part of the world. And for a fact, Nigeria has the highest income to food ratio in the world, which means we spend more on food than anywhere else in the world. And that's primarily because we have a very cumbersome and a very highly inefficient food system where you have producers of food and the consumers. Between the producers of food and the consumers, there are several layers of middlemen and all sorts of things that go on that make that very inefficient. So what we do at Price Valley is the technology basically enables us to aggregate demand. By that I mean, if someone is going to the market to buy a small bucket of tomatoes, you are going to buy it at the price of retail. But if 10 of us come together to buy, each of us wants to buy a plain bucket of tomatoes. If all of us come together to buy, we can get a better deal from the seller, because the person sells, the person going to sell the volume at once, and the person has discounts. So that discount is what we pass on to consumers and to make sure that people get to save on money. The other thing we also solve for is the quality and safety of the food. So because of the same problem and a very cumbersome and inefficient food system, we have a situation where before food gets to the open market or to the consumer's table, you have different things happen, and the quality of the food is not consistent in open air markets and all of that. So we make sure to, after we aggregate the what people want to buy, we make sure to do for a fact to ensure that the quality and the safety of that food before it gets to our customers is secured, so that anybody buying on Price Valley is confident of the fact that their food is secured. Then the third problem is convenience. Cities like Abuja, like Lagos, continues to explode in terms of population. So it makes it hard for people to be able to get around to do anything at all. So what we do at Price Valley is, enable you save, enable you be sure of the quality and the safety of food, and we deliver it to your doorstep. So those are like our three propositions to consumers. But at every day, what we are trying to solve is to create an efficient food system, whereby the farmer who is working, who is doing a lot to get the food produced, gets good pay for what they do. Farmers who sell to us sell better at a better price compared to off-takers who most times rip them off. So, and also the consumer also gets to save. So technology enables us to do that, and that's what we are doing at Price Valley. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, and thanks for the opportunity to be here. We at Export and Sell, we basically have one vision, and that is what we call increasing the wealth of Africans. One of the things you see is that Africa has a huge potential. It's not just Nigeria, but if we were to break it down to Nigeria, when you look at the agricultural potentials of northern Nigeria, you will see that we have a place that should actually drive the revenue of this country. But the challenge is that we do not know how to take these products to the international market. I'm sure we all know what is happening. 3 days ago, the dollar was at 620. The next day, it was at 640. As we know it now, it's about 680. And I'm sure by the time I'm stepping out of this stage, it's probably going to be close to 700. And if we as a nation is not able to tap into the export opportunity that exists out there, we all see what has happened in places like Venezuela, where their source of foreign currency was no longer enough to sustain them. Sri Lanka is another one that is taking place now. But the sad thing is that when you look at the potentials of the Nigerian, the small farmer, the medium business, the large business, they have exceedingly huge potentials that if they are showed the right way, if they are guided, they will be able to break into the international community. So what we do at Export and Sell is to simply take the small, medium businesses, show them what to do, we handhold them,
from the point of taking their products here and selling it in the international community. That's basically what we're doing.
Thank you very much. You've answered my next questions by defining your mission statement very clearly. But let me start with you, Mr. Uche, once again. It's tough to get into exports in Nigeria. Maybe about 10 agencies that you have to pass through before you can ship. The documentation part is a lot of headache that smallholder farmers find difficult to meet. The products, packaging the products to the standards where it is acceptable is a major challenge. Now, what we are finding is we are solving that problem. So, can you give a smallholder farmer here an example? You want to take, who's a farmer here? What do you farm? What do you farm? Cashew.
Cashew.
Okay, just a smallholder farmer that has 2 hectares of cashew farm.
Sure.
Can you please take the person through a 2-minute crash course?
So 2 minutes, I'll try and stick to time. One of the biggest challenges you see, well, I would say the 3 biggest challenges we've identified with the Nigerian businesses is one, they don't know about the shipping regulations, and this is very bad. I think about 3 months, 6 months ago, I got a call from somebody who saw me on YouTube. And she was like, she shipped about 350 kilograms of food to the USA that got seized. Now, when you look at I looked at the documentation and, she was going to lose about $5,000 in that transaction because she did not know the proper shipping method. That is one. The second one is the packaging. A lot of us do not know the right way to package. So, for example, that cashew farmer, when you look at her packaging, and it's a challenge we face a lot of times. A lot of people are reluctant to do the right thing, so that is the other one. But the most important one is finding buyers. How do you find buyers for this product? So those are the things that we do at Export and Sell. So when you come to us, the first thing we do is we take a look at your product and we tell you what needs to be done. The second thing is we help you with all the licenses, the FDA, the shipping, everything. I come from an industry of shipping. I own warehouses in the USA, both in Houston and Atlanta. So we help with the shipping, with the logistics and everything. And then we help with finding buyers. And in terms of finding buyers, we have what we call a multi-channel system for finding buyers. The first one is we start by putting your products on Amazon. Amazon is obviously a behemoth that everybody knows about. If you talk about food alone, they do about $5 billion of food sales on a monthly basis. So Amazon is one. The next is African stores. There are over 1,000 African stores in the USA. As of now, we deal with over 1,000 of them. So when your products are with us, we don't just leave it there. We are finding buyers for you. We've also come up with what we call allafricanfoods.com, which is a platform that enables food sellers to also put their products. And then when you look at the typical small business, one of the things you see is that a lot of them are shipping small items abroad. And I can tell you it's amazing. When I went outside, I was looking at a lady somebody that packages dried fish. And when you look at our statistics, our shipping arm, we do close to 200 million a month in dried fish. But the challenge is, are they packaging it and are they doing it right, the right way? So when you have your products with us, because they are there in our warehouse, we open you up to Amazon, to about 6 different channels that guarantees your products will sell. And we don't just take your products, we give you a guarantee that if you pay a certain amount for us to run these services for you, if you don't get those returns, in 6 months we give you that money back because we've built up a channel that we know works.
Yes, that's a very good crash course. But one more question. So that we don't make the same mistake that we made in the oil sector, how are you encouraging the people that you are working with to add value to their products? For instance, the person that does cash probably sells cashew nuts
By the time we show you the figures, you will know what to do. Because if a kilogram of cashew, for example, sells for $2, the processed cashew sells for maybe $20 a kg. So let me give a practical example. We have one of our customers who is in the cosmetic line, and she sells a product called Ambuno leaves, something she gets locally from Niger. And when she came to us, she was selling that 1 kg for 1,000 naira. That's what she said. By the time we showed her the processes, process the product, put it on Amazon, the same 1 kg, she's making about 160,000 naira. So we took her from 1,000 naira per kg to 160,000 per kg because she processed that product. But the good thing is her earnings, I think she's at about $1,000 a month now in earnings. So the vision we have for such a person is that in the next 2 years, that person should be able to earn $10,000 to $15,000 monthly. And these things are easy to do. It's just follow a step-by-step process. It will happen. Because look, there are Ghanaian companies who are making $100,000, $200,000 every month on Amazon. So why can't Nigeria? It's very easy.
Thank you very much. What you're doing basically, you are teaching all women from the farm gates to the direct consumer. Am I correct? So of course, that's what tech has been doing. It's been taking some people off the jobs, but also encouraging them to get better skills so that they can earn more. Can you speak into that? Because of course, what that means is all the buying agents, all the local buying agents will get out of job with time.
Okay, thanks for that. But you're partly right, but not exactly right. So we work with wholesalers, we work with farmers, we work with everybody in the value chain that adds value to what they do. The people we take out efficiently are people who add no value, basically. So you have some middlemen who just take advantage of this system that's not working well, and they take advantage of that to make unjust money, in my opinion. Somebody who picks an item from a farm gate, takes it to the next place, and adds a 30% profit on it. No processing, nothing, no. It's just doing the least work to make some some gains that I think are not justified. So it's people like that that are out of that we efficiently take out, and that's the benefit of the farmer, so the benefit of the consumer.
Please speak to smallholder farmers who might be here, or some people who probably want to sell on your platform. Are people allowed to sell on your platform, or do you keep the farmers yourself, or you own all the farms?
No, so it's a mix of all of that. So we work directly with farmers, although we do have criteria of the farmers we work with. But once we are able to see what you do, we are able to qualify you in a sense when it comes to the product that you're making, the quality and the safety of it. It's a no-brainer. Once you can meet up to our demand, we work with thousands of farmers across the southwest. We just recently launched in Abuja a couple of months ago, and there are some farmers that we are bringing on board as well. But we prefer to work with clusters of farmers, not individual farmers, because with clusters of farmers, you are guaranteed more volume. You are guaranteed that you can organize, many things apart from just working with individual farmers. We also work with producers. We have people who produce, who ginger, mix up add value, basically, like he was mentioning, that also sell their products on our platform. People who make palm oil, so it's a broad range of food items that families eat. Basically, if you sell anything, if you produce anything that families eat, you can sell on price value. But you sell to us and we sell to them. That's how we operate. Not necessarily that you have a direct connection with the consumer.
Okay. So do I make more money by selling to you?
Of course. Yeah. Yeah, a couple of some farmers that we work with in the Southwest, through the GIZ, an organization in Germany, we've been able to increase their earnings by, some of them by 30-40%, because when ordinarily especially those in the fresh food space, farmers who farm tomatoes, peppers, and things like that, they go through a lot, because once they harvest and they don't get someone to take all the harvest they have to deal with a lot of losses and all of that. But we take care of that. Once we're in contract with you, you are guaranteed that everything that you produce for us that meets our quality, it's already paid for. In fact, we have contract with farmers that we already pay for before harvest. So that's a better deal compared to anything else they have in the traditional model.
Okay, we are just about 2 minutes. We have just about 2 minutes to speak. And I know people have questions, so just 2 questions. We'll be very good. Please, 1, 2. Please, can you hear me fast enough?
Please, the roving mics go around.
Thank you. My question is, most of the products or produce that will be exported, they are
Can we get another microphone across the back, please?
Especially when such item didn't get to the destination as when due. Is there a provision for such?
Yeah, so I'll be frank with you. Nigeria's structure is not fully set up for perishables. When you look at a country like Kenya, Kenya does a lot of fresh flowers, By 3 a.m., the airline is leaving. Early, around 10 a.m., is in the UK or thereabout. And before 12 noon, those products are distributed. But we have a lot of issues with our customs system, whereby things that should, processes that should be done in one day is done in days. One of my good friends in USA, he owns one of the largest chain of African stores. He wanted to be a good Nigerian, came here to want to ship yam. And, customs held his container at the port for over 3 weeks, because the person who was supposed to clear it was in a conference in Abuja, so that container was there. When the yams got to the USA, after 3, 4, 5 weeks, they were all rotten. And then what did they do? Following US rules, they will burn the container and you, the shipper, will have to pay for that burn. So what did he do? He went to open a warehouse in Ghana and he now ships through Ghana. So to go back again to your question, perishables is something that can be done. There's a lot of value in it. But our processes, our systems is not conducive to that. We have a long way to go before we can be a viable country doing perishables. I won't advise anybody to go into it, except you own your own cargo plane, then you can do that. But
Good afternoon. My name is Abdulaziz Idiaru.
Thank you very much for the project Export and Sell is doing. Obviously, price quality is doing something great, but I think I have a very good interest in export and sell. Export and sell, there is a gap within our inflow and outflow in terms of FX, and you're actually bridging the gap. At the moment, do we have a model that actually replicates a similar model to get some of the products here? So that to be a two-way thing. The reason why I'm asking this is actually for some niche products, variable. I have some customers there in Nigeria now that obviously need your service. They have some products they make in Nigeria, they want for export market. And America that you already have, even with existing warehouse, I think you solve the problem for them. They will be able to get their products there. If you have some training sessions you introduce and cool for that, I think I would like you to talk about how you can eat people like in Kwara State. You have the kind of structure there that can actually get the products. They can actually get their products to America or a training session.
Okay, thank you.
I'm a little bit confused. Your question, is it about bringing products outside to Nigeria or from Nigeria to out?
I'm trying to summarize it because of the timing. But let me just deal with the local issue now. A farmer in Kwara State, yes, to get their product to America, yes, they have it in wholesale. Yes. Do you have a session in export and sell where you can trade them on the regulation, you can trade them on packaging, you can trade them on other channels? Can you tell us?
So I'll be frank with you. You can't do everything, right? So what we do, we deal with those companies that already they've gotten their NAFDAC, they've processed their products, they've reached a certain stage. Because one person cannot do everything. We can't go and be dealing with. So once your company has reached that stage, we now take over. We'll look at the labeling, help with the shipping, the documentation, the warehousing, finding new buyers over there. But for the local farmers and co, I think that's what Price Pali is doing, and we really don't do that. It's a lot of headache. It's a lot of headache. You go to a farmer in Kogi who just planting yam and you're telling him, come and ship this to the. First of all, he has no clue what you're talking about. But if we are able to develop those people in the middle of the value chain who are taking products from those farmers processing, it flows down everybody. So I hope that answers your question.
Thanks. I give you 30 seconds.
I don't know what else to say, but we as a country we need to take a look at what is happening. Those who are investing in dollars now, earning in dollars, will be the rich people in the next few years. And I think as a country, you need to, wasting and waiting, thinking that the government, and again, that was one of the things they said. Should the government come and help you? Don't wait for the government. Start small. If you start by doing $500 a month, there is a tendency that in the next 2-3 years, you will get to $5,000, $10,000 a month. For a lot of us, $10,000 a month is even a huge value. If a lot of businesses here, if you're able to get $1,000 a month, I think that makes a lot of sense the way we are. So again, my advice to everybody: start small, start looking at the export sector, add value to your products, and once you've added that value, come to us. We'll do the rest.
Thank you, sir. Allow it.
Thank you. So it's been great being here, and I want to use the opportunity to thank the organizers again. And if you are here, you're a farmer, you are in the agri space, if you're a user, if you are in this space, or families here, you want to buy cheaper, you want to buy food cheaper, you want to be sure of what you're eating and all of that. Price Valley is the place for you. And especially farmers, we work with a lot of farmers. We are looking to onboard as many as possible. And we kind of have a soft spot for female farmers, for women farmers. So if you are in the space, let's get to talk and we'll see what we can do together. Thank you very much.
So to everybody, find something to do. Just think big or start small. Don't reinvent the wheel. I've already invented it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. A round of applause for this panel, please. Please group pictures with the founder, please. Think big, start small, and scale up gradually. Maximize technology while you scale up. Ensure you go through the right process. Thank you very much. A round of applause again, please. Before we go over to the next session, just to quickly highlight a few thoughts from the last sessions that I've held. And before I do that, I want to thank all of us again for participating in the 4th WENA Conference with the theme Rethinking Paradigm Shifts in Agriculture and Initiatives to Enhance Food Security. You will agree with me that the conversations have been very critical and on point. And I am glad that when we leave here, we know and we will take steps to ensure that all that we've discussed today are put to work in ensuring that the agricultural revolution indeed takes place in Nigeria. So quick note, the right financing is important, insurance and risk management, smart irrigation and efficient water management. Technology is always an enabler. Smallholder farmers are important. We need to prioritize them. E-commerce is an enabler because it is part of technology. What will e-commerce do for you? Access to markets, quality and safety of the food and products, convenience of access. And then you need to ensure that you follow through with your export processes, packaging and processing and packaging, certification and documentation, shipping and the regulations that go with that, and then finding the right buyers. Because in ensuring that you get through to the right buyers, it's important to create an efficient food system from the farm gate to the consumers, because it's an entire value chain. So once again, a round of applause for all of the panelists that have come on board and for giving us such wonderful information. We'll go to the next panel. The next panel is on development finance, tackling funding for agrotech SMEs for national development. Development finance, tackling funding for agrotech SMEs for national development. The moderator of this panel is the One Campaign representative. I don't have a name. Please, could the One Campaign representative come up, please? So, Toyeke Adedikwe. Yes, apologies for that. Toyeke Adedikwe, please. A round of applause for her. On the panel, we have Mr. Ario Olanrewaju Dokun from Successory Nigeria Limited in Akure. A round of applause for him, please. And then we have Mr. Aminu Unyako, the CEO and MD, the MD CEO, Sebore Farms. A round of applause for him, please. And then we have the BOI representative. Is it present here? Sorry, Dr. King Jack. A round of applause for him, please. Over to you, moderator. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Is it working now? Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Well done for being here thus far. You've been here this morning to Give yourselves a round of applause for staying till now. It's been a very long day. So I have all gentlemen with me on this panel, so this is going to be interesting. I will ask each panelist to introduce themselves, so your name, your organization, and like a 30-second summary of what your organization does. That will give our participants a bit of background knowledge of what we can expect. So I'll start from the BOI representative.
My name is Keith Jan. I'm Regional Manager for Bank of Industry and North Central Region. Bank of Industry is a development institution. We are a government board, and that is policy driven by our nature of intervention. We are set up to provide finance and business advisory services to small, medium, and large businesses across the industrial spectrum. So wherever there is value addition to a product or a produce, Bank of Industry is going to intervene with finance and business advisory services. Currently, we operate out of 30 state offices for the FCT. We look forward to being in the 36 state plus one by the end of 2023. We have our head office in Lagos and also a corporate office in Abuja. So that is Bank of Industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that very nice overview. I will head over to Mr. Ario with an overview about Success3 Nigeria.
Okay, thank you very much. Success3 Nigeria is a management consultant, but we do a lot. What's wrong here is basically our activity that has to do with development finance. We work with projects, basically we do two things. That's segment that comes to finance. We have development funds, those who have it, we help them to let the farmer access it, or the smallholder, the medium. And at the same time, in some cases, we help the farmer to access development finance. It's a consulting private firms. It depends on the project they are working on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And finally, Mr. Aminu at Thank you very much. So while I have you speaking, can you please share with us your experience accessing funds to scale your operation, highlighting your biggest challenges and lessons learned from
We at Segway have a very unique approach. We believe that big value the founder, Babemi Mandoro, has been exporting mangoes to Europe and Middle East over 40 years. And what we decided to do in terms of our operations came on board was to look at natural resources that are prevalent in Nigeria, that our people are already used to, and to see how we can de-risk the investment for them once we don't be integrated into the output. So about 2 years ago, we commenced this process. As I mentioned earlier, we now have about 4,000 farmers within our instruments, and we're looking at integrating all very also we are not happy before the end of the year. But what our approach has been is that we are serving as an anchor farm for people within the Northeast. After listening to a lot of the panel members talk about perishable goods, and nothing is really more perishable than that. The Northeast of Nigeria is less than about 2.1 million people. Nigeria imports 98 million citizens that are eligible age range. Because we have built this reliable resource, we have perishable nature of Nigeria, but never to make it really happen. So going on and decided to do it that way. Commissioning the largest perishable in Nigeria, and it's not about the solar power, which gives us access to solar storage. Helps every single farmer now because every single morning we then process it.
Okay. Thank you very much. That sounds like amazing work that you guys are doing. But how do you access funding as an organization?
Prevalent in terms of agriculture. If you look at the readily available for you to access they are required to production. So what we have done is we created methods that allow for commercial banks, educational banks, how gives you more every month, so you decide to do it with the collect their milk, we pay them every month. That gives them access to finance that allows average Esman one is out now, 650,000. So he's really moving around the 65 million now. So the idea that Nigeria is sitting on well, but we are not rich, is something that's a very by de-risking the investment for the average farmer, collecting his milk, creating the infrastructure, renewable energy collection at their local level, solar power model, we say about 25 right now, with the government. But every challenge that we see in Nigeria that serves as a block, we need to do this and for this doesn't come.
Amazing, amazing. I think for me the key takeaway there is identifying assets and then my question to Maria. So seeing as your organization serves as kind of a platform, what are available funding how do you do that from your side to the
Okay, like I said, let me pick it from the farmer, the smallholder's perspective now. A lot of people just hear that agric is the thing, and they rush into it. At the end of the day, they get their end point. So what we started is this: is that you, as a person first, what do you do? It has to be a culture before we start talking about making it a business. So we want to know, and a lot of people just wants to end at the primary production. We still have value addition. There's processing. There's marketing. It's a value chain, so it is why you don't just stay at a particular place. So now we understand the area where you are, then you come together as a group. I think that's one of the things the organizers are doing, which is awesome, because development funds cannot be easily accessed as an individual. So it's best to come in as a group. They are trained as a group. At that point, we will now look at the available developmental funds that suits what you are doing. Because just some people just hear, there's fund for rice. They just decided to go and plant rice. there's fund for this, they move down. No, it's not meant to be so. Then the literacy level, financial literacy level, partner with organizations to ensure that we consistently train farmers. So it's just about good agronomic practice. So it's not enough that they're farming or they're doing any small scale. They must make profit out of it. If the financial institution realize that this business you are doing, profit can't come out of it, they won't even give you this. Development funds are not grants. They are just loans that are targeted to the sector that the financial institution will look at the tenor, at the interest rate at a very lower price. So you should pay back. So it must be structured such a way. We must see the economies of production that you will make something for yourself, then pay back. So those are the things we do with the farmers to ensure they get that. Now, if you look at the development fund, I think it was Prof that was mentioning something in the morning. I think I understand when he was saying that some criteria for getting funds in some places are different than others. I think what we also do is to ensure that, for instance, you have a developmental fund, you help the institution to factor in the sensitivity. Number one, in development fund, you have to look at it. In Nigeria, for example, the planting season of the northern Nigeria is different from the southern Nigeria, so you must factor that into it. So we also have to look at the foreign developmental fund and the need. How can we use the existing developmental fund to suit the need of that locality? Looking into like location, the gender, the commodity. Commodities are different. So when you are bringing funds to it, you must have that in mind. Let me say this finally. If imagine somebody who is a key person in the agri sector asking a question that is gotten from the why, because he doesn't understand the process of cocoa. So somebody needs to keep lecturing him, and that's where we come in and say, see, cocoa is not rice, neither cocoa share butter. So the finance that goes to that sector must be designed to suit its peculiarity.
Thank you very much. So my final question, because we are almost out of time, so I'll start with the history. So we've heard from several farms, we've heard from Successory how they link people together. What are the available programs at the bank to fund SMEs that are working in agriculture specifically? Because we realize that where people do not have information, they suffer for that lack of information. So what programs are available to fund agri-tech SMEs?
Thank you. You've done a wonderful job. BOI, with what they've done, BOI in 2016 came up with what we consider as business development service providers. The challenge we saw in the market space is what has been explained there 100%. That is that there are businesses that are doing very well at their state, but they need intervention to make them bankable. And that's what we are just saying. However, for what we provide as Bank of Industry, as our name is so we try to intervene in the areas of industry. For in that great space, about 60% of our portfolio today is agro-business related, but mostly in the processing aspect of it. The other areas that we want to intervene also that we are also looking for capacity like this is the area of agro-mechanization. In 2017, we studied the agro-value chain and realized that for us to be able to increase the input of raw material availability for the industry to finance. Let me give you a practical example. You have a rice mill. The rice mill can probably only operate for 3 months and you'll be shut down for the rest of the year. Why? Because of the lack of availability of paddy. How do you address that issue? You have to look at the farmer right in the market to increase his capacity to be able to produce paddy to keep your machines running for 365 days of the year. Therefore, what we've done is we decided to look at the greatest impact in collaboration with GIZ and realize that the best place to create the greatest impact at the primary stage is mechanization. So the bank also went into providing mechanization services for farmers. We also realized that the quality of produce also influences at the end of the day, your produce. So we also provide financing for input and all of that. But before I end, I want to say that in the value addition process and in the services that enable the value addition process, once we see a business in that area, we are willing to also finance. Thank you.
So thank you very much to all our panelists. If the MC will permit me, I think we can open for 2 questions, and then we take our closing remarks from our panelists. All right, I see a hand here. Please, who has the mic?
Thank you very much. I have 2 questions. One directly to Aminu. Those aggregations of milk you collected, do you take into consideration whatever you eat, it will reflect the output, not the quality of the milk. If they will go on their own feed randomly, and you have a special breed, special grass to feed your own type of collection, which makes the 70%. Don't you think if you now collect randomly, or they have taken something that is contaminated, and you collecting from those random collections and mix it up with yours, it will affect the production of your own milk? That's one. And coming to the finance, maybe I should just throw it in. They will understand, right? So coming on the finance processes, you see, actually, I don't know where you get the models from for accessing loans, because most of the SMEs, when they attend, halfway they drop out. We should get a model, even if we're importing a model, we should domesticate that model that will work for us. That's why there's a whole lot of informal ways of getting finances. And for me, to SMEs, I discourage them about it. Manage those immediate customers you have around you. If anybody make a special demand for you for expansion, he should bring the funds to expand your own products, to expand your own projects to get what you want, what he wants. Because you cannot produce what you don't have ready-minded. So loan, I think it should be modified to our own, to suit our own local needs and purposes.
Thank you very much for your question.
Okay, thank you so much. I think it's important I give a bit of context and you will be able to answer the question. Adamawa State in the northeast, and as everyone is aware, it's probably the poorest region in Nigeria. But again, it's sitting on a base of resource that actually feeds Nigeria. What we've decided to do here is look at what already exists within the zone, what the people already have a background and expertise on, based on generations of knowledge. The advantage they've had now in Sokoto is access to new technology, there's access to IT, access to renewable energy. And I don't think Nigeria, or the people of Nigeria, are leveraging these resources as efficiently as they need to. What we are doing here is not novel. There is a county in Brazil that is currently collecting 1.7 million liters a day from its farmers. In Gujarat, India, Amul Dairy collects 7 million liters from its farmers, also scattered around. Our process every single morning is to train local community citizens to test the milk. We give them milk testing kits, lactometers and the rest, that actually identify time of milking. Anything above 2 hours, it will flag it. It tells you if they've added any water into the milk. It tells you the antibodies within the milk. And once you train the farmer to get to a certain level, we accept the milk. And once it's not that level, we reject it at the community level. We also treat the community as a whole. We pay individually, but we collect milk as a community. Just to give you a bit of context. One farmer having 20 cows and 150,000 liters, 120,000 naira. We pay 200 naira per liter. Our own goal within Segori is to have Adamawa State with the milk capital of West Africa. And I think we already have the resources necessary to be able to get there. Over the last 18 months of this program, I can actually show you a database of creating 183 million millionaires within those communities. So they have access to the milk. We test the milk. We're using mobile wallets. There's no banking in Southern Adamawa. There's no actual physical bank. So we use the SANEP agents that are already available through CBN and mobile wallet providers. And all of the farmers are actually willing to learn. What you said about their productivity is improving. But I'll tell you this, the average cow in Nigeria gives 1 liter of milk a day. The average cow abroad gives 15 to 20 liters a day. And what you're seeing here is that our pledge to the farmers is we are going to give you mobile wallets, BVN, and MIN, and mobile phones if need be, if you do not have it. So you're captured within the dairy value chain. We are going to train you on how to collect the milk properly. And we do not care. If you bring 1 liter of milk a day, you make 200 naira a day. If you bring 20 liters, you make 4,000 naira a day. And we will never reject your milk. And what we have seen is an exponential growth in their commitment, in the community engagement, in the community reinvestment. Right now, we're partnered with the French embassy, and they've sent consultants in to teach our farmers how to move from 1 liter to 5 liters, just 5 liters. So for me right now, what we're saying is that we have the resource, technologies, and leveraging that is what will actually then unlock the value chain of agriculture.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I want to buy your idea, sir. We don't encourage people to start thinking of growth. When you are starting a business, start with what you have. It's at the point of expansion, we now start talking about growth. If you can't convince family and friends to invest into your business, then you can't even convince somebody to buy your products. Having said that, like I said earlier on, one of the things we need to do, development finance is a set apart form of the poverty. Now the question is, how do we, at your own zone, understanding the peculiarity and the challenges of your zone, how can you tap into these funds and ensure that the financier gets their money back? Those are the jobs we all sit down. For instance, let me use the example of our corporate project. At the initial stage, it was not given to farmers. It was when we understood what Agricultural was meant to do, we wrote a letter convincing that it can be used for maintenance. Those are what we are saying, right? This existing one, then modify it to suit you. We were talking about irrigation. Point to my head, how can you get a development fund, put the irrigation for the farmers, then start charging them? At the end of the day, the money goes back to the financier, and at the end of the day, irrigation is given. That's left for every person here to go and understand your own peculiarity, understand the development funds that are available, and find a way to use it to suit the need. The most important thing is that the financier wants his money back and the developments.
Thank you very much. So I'll hand over to Mr. King.
Okay, I think I will find a BJSP spot in here. Obviously. Okay, you must be loan ready. The challenge we have is that most SMEs come to banks without being loan ready. By being loan ready, it means that you have your business scaled to the level that you can manage debt. Now, development finance is most people come to us and we are a government bank, we are a very financial institution. Yes, it's true. But for us to be able to attain your objective, you must track record. You must strike a difference for what we call data that people generate additional employment. must provide the value, product value for, which means that what you are producing has been tested in the market, has been accepted in the market, and that if you take it to the market and that increase global, there is opportunity that it be bought over in the market. Then it was tried to transform, and that is the part of sustainability. That your operations are not such that tomorrow they are going to shut it down, or NABA is going to shut it down, or Sunday is going to shut it down, but that your firm has the ability to continue if you need to. So where I'm going is that for you to be able to come to a bank, whether it's bank of industry or any global institution, you must first and foremost ensure that your business is so ready. Then you can take it from there.
I'm very sorry to the audience. We don't have time for any more questions before the MC kicks us off stage. But I would like to say a big thank you to all our panelists for this very intriguing conversation. Oh, we have one more slide, please.
I thought you were going to ask us to say something before we leave. If you're an aggregator, you've seen how successful, he talked about the aggregation process. You've seen how successful aggregation is. And if you're an aggregator for smallholder farmers, well, that's the only way we can have sustainable growth in that space. If you're an aggregator as organizers of smallholder farmers or animal husbandry and all of that, please take our time and visit Bank of Industry. We are looking for credible aggregators through which we can deploy financing to smallholder businesses. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Before you leave, I was going to get to the 30-second closing remarks, but you beat me to it. So please, Mr. Aminu and Mr. Ario, please give us your 30-second closing remarks, and then we will take pictures and head out.
Let me just jump on what you have been saying. I'll thank the initiator of this once again. Basically, there's a gap, and that's why the fraudulent people are taking advantage. We hear government is giving 10,000 naira. Government is now doing this, whereas those things are not there. And it's because somebody is not really giving these people the right information. So all of us ensure, like we have this aggregator, that's what I'm mentioning, somebody who they can all look up to for the right information. People are taking money from these farmers and they do nothing, no projects. They just gather them, take the numbers, and nothing will happen. So I believe we should, as an aggregator, take that responsibility. Be the one to speak to farmers, speak to farmers. If we do that, we will take out the Thank you very much.
Thank you. I just have a closing remark. I believe only a community model can actually move forward. The global economy is slowing down. Access to finance is a lot more difficult. So we must actually make do with what we have and actually pull ourselves together. We have local cattle, so we made it a deliberate policy to integrate everybody with a shared prosperity. And with the shared prosperity, I believe every other thing plays in the country. Thank you so much.
A round of applause for this fantastic panel, please. It's been amazing. Please wait for group pictures. And thank you to Ms. Toyeke for being able to weave through a very intriguing and complicated panel. A round of applause again for this panel. Okay, so just a quick point to note. Community development is important, very important. Collaborate. Collaboration is the new future. And if there are aggregators here, please take notes. Identifying agro assets and converting them to wealth will empower smallholder farmers. financing and de-risking the investment is another level of empowerment. Please take note. And then the right associations and gaining financial literacy matters to getting development finance. It's very important. We move on quickly. Time is fast running. It's been an amazing day, and I can tell that we've had a good time. I will invite Mrs. Oluwatoyin Matthews, who is the acting MD and CEO of WENA, to come give her closing remarks as we draw this day to a close. Thank you very much. A round of applause for her, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for staying to this point. Without you, this program wouldn't have been a success. On behalf of the founder of the Women Enterprise Alliance, Her Excellency Haja Aisha Babangida, the Board of Trustees, the management, and the entire staff of WENA, I wish to extend my sincere appreciation to the Honorable Minister, Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, Dr. Mohammad Mahmoud Abubakar, the Honorable Minister, Federal Ministry of Water Resources, Engineer Suleiman Hussein Adamu, our special guests, our keynote speakers, the MD CEO Bank of Industry, ably represented by Mr. Kings Jack, who is the Regional Manager for the North, the MD CEO Onida Agri and Aquaculture Solutions Limited, Mr. Kidron, the Trade Advisor, Embassy of France, Mr. Valo Ido, our moderators and our panelists. Indeed, they have all done justice to the topics that have been given to them. Can we give them a round of applause? And we'd like to say a very big thank you for our guests that are present here physically. Can you also please give yourself a round of applause? And another thank you to our online guests. Without you, this program wouldn't have been possible. For your immense participation and support, we say thank you. To our sponsors and partners for this conference, One Campaign, Asfa Irrigation, Price Pali Limited, Japtini Energy Limited, and Onida Agri and Aquaculture Solutions Limited. We say thank you for contributing invaluably to Nigeria's overall socio-economic development by joining hands with us to make this conference a great success. I would also like to say a thank you to our event planner, the Chimera Company, and everyone that has worked hand in hand with us to make this a success. The various sessions we have had today have indeed exposed us to possible ways of surmounting food security challenges through the value chain, from production, through harvesting, storage, processing, packaging, and finally commercialization. There is no better time to discuss these issues than now. Having gone through a global pandemic period, which brought about a total disruption in the supply chain and a global economic recession. Also taking advantage of the water resources that the nation has been blessed with. Today, we have been exposed to new technologies for irrigation, which can increase food production capacity, it can generate employment opportunities, and these will in turn cut down poverty rates and improve the standard of living of the masses. Capitalizing on the use of e-commerce platforms have also proven to enhance distribution and sales of food produce both locally and internationally. We have not left out the great role that the DFIs have to play in terms of investing in sustainable agriculture, to catalyze national development. It has also been mentioned that we require aggregators to provide the right information. And to the farmers, taking advantage of this innovative, enhanced system will provide an opportunity for increased productivity while better managing natural resources. There are assurances of long-term viability and reduction in the negative environmental impacts of production, such as pollutants and wastes. These technologies require more than discussions alone. I'm sure we know that. Now is the time for all of us to swing into action. Having participated in our discussions, I'm certain that many of us here today have been challenged to get back to the drawing board. We need to identify which of the agribusiness investment opportunities we want to key into, that which is sustainable. Next is to find the right people to partner with. We need to synergize. Collaboration is a great tool to achieving success. So if we want to achieve success, we need to come together and do it together. Lastly, we must be ready to take the bull by the horn. Remember, there's no such thing as an overnight success. I would rather we dwell on the process that takes us towards success, towards our goals. If we have achieved success today, it's because we have invested time, we have invested resources, we have invested valued experience, we have learned from our mistakes and our failures, and we have brought in people of like minds in partnership. So let us not be afraid to take the required steps towards success. We will continue tomorrow with the workshops on innovation and farming, organic farming and certification, and the agric publication workshop. We are bringing in scholars and professionals in this field. I assure you that you will have a fantastic time again, just like today. We look forward to having you, as the sessions will be enlightening, they'll be impactful, and they'll be insightful. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful afternoon.
Please, a round of applause for her again. It's been an amazing day, hasn't it? Please, a round of applause for yourself for waiting this long. Today has been amazing. I believe that day 2 will be better. Like the acting MD CEO has mentioned, we have very domain workshops that will enable agribusiness investors and agripreneurs to do the needful across the agricultural value chain, from the farm gates to the consumer gates tomorrow. You cannot miss it, and then you need to come with the people who need to see and hear what is happening here. And before I go on to even say my thank you, I want to thank Her Excellency. I don't know that a lot will be done in the agricultural sector in Nigeria without the kind of information we've gotten here today. So once again, ma'am, thank you very much indeed. A round of applause for her. Thank you very much. So we believe that the conversations today and tomorrow, as thought-provoking as they are, the catalyst that will cause the ripple effect in our economy, drive agricultural development, and ensure food security for all of us as an economy. We thank you very much for being part of this. And I have the honor to invite us to lunch, because it's been long. It's been long. So, but before we go to lunch, I would like for us to stand up again and just take the national anthem and then say goodbyes. So after this, lunch is served, and you'll be directed once you go through the doors. Thank you. Again, thank you very much. very much.